Okay. We've got the interpretation devices in the back, so anybody who needs one should remember to get one. So welcome to day 2 of what promises to be an equally stimulating set of conversations and discussions. Our keynote for this second day is speaking on the theme, Feminist Futures of Work. The abstract for her presentation reads, as global labor becomes increasingly digital, worker concerns escalate of being replaced, alienated, or undermined by data systems. What if we were to shift our focus from data-centric to worker-centric in the design of work platforms? What kinds of principles are needed to ensure that data works for us to foster equitable and inclusive work platforms across the global value chain? The talk we are about to hear builds on the voices and experiences of women workers at the margins on concerns and aspirations for a digital future. This talk proposes a set of feminist design principles inspired from the Global South to inspire us to rethink data systems for an inclusive future. And now guess who is doing the talk for us? We have Payal Arora, who is a professor of inclusive AI cultures at Utrecht University and co-founder of FemLab, a feminist futures of work initiative. She's a digital anthropologist, an author, a speaker, and a consultant. Her expertise draws from more than 2 decades of user experiences among diverse marginalized communities worldwide to shape inclusive designs and policies. She's the author of award-winning books, including The Next Billion Users with Harvard Press. Her upcoming book with MIT Press and HarperCollins India is titled From Pessimism to Promise, Lessons from the Global South on Designing Inclusive Technology, and it comes out in September this year. Forbes has named her the next billion champion and the right kind of person to reform technology. She has been extensively covered in the international media, including by the BBC, Financial Times, The Economist, TechCrunch, NRC, CBC, the Boston Globe, etc. She has consulted on inclusive innovation, feminist design, and AI ethics for diverse organizations such as Adobe, Spotify, Google, UNESCO, KPMG, GE, UNHCR, HP, and so on. She has given more than 350 talks, so this will make it 351, in 115 cities in 67 countries, alongside figures like Jimmy Wales and Steve Wozniak, and she has done TED Talks on the future of the internet and innovation. She sits on several boards, including the World Women Global Council in New York, and has held fellow positions at NYU, MICA, GE, and so on. She's a Rockefeller Bellagio resident alum. She's Indian, Irish, American, and currently based in Amsterdam. So can we have her on? She's online. Can we welcome her with a round of applause?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and share the screen. Oops. All right. All right. Shall I get started then?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And I really appreciate you all making the time. And like I said, I would have loved to have been there in person. I hope in the near future. But let me get started with the theme of this talk, which is basically about, how do we design platforms, particularly as much of our work across the world is getting so-called platformized, datafied, digitized. And what does it mean when we take on a feminist design principles, right? Um, Now, feminists have been at the forefront in terms of, reforming work for as long as feminists have been around, because there's been deep and structural inequality, and we've had waves. I don't need to tell you all this, that there's been waves of like fighting for equal pay and equal rights at the workplace, equal work conditions. And that mentality has shifted to re-questioning the very infrastructure, the platform, the very institutions within which feminists operate, and rethinking and saying that we need a different kind of system, versus just fighting for the equality of certain aspects within an existing patriarchal system. Now, unfortunately, these battles continue, and particularly potentially get amplified with current datafication systems. So I'm going to go into this a bit more, but also note how it does allow for a lot more also affordances and promises if we have the right guardrails to protect workers, because workers need to be at the center of imagining how these platforms can work for the rest of the world, right? So a couple of years ago, I wrote the book The Next Billion Users, which is basically brought together 2 decades of work, field work that I had conducted in many parts of the global south. I'm a digital anthropologist, so I study how young people, particularly in marginalized contexts, use and make sense of digital media in their everyday lives. I've done much work in slums in India, and then in Namibia for many years with my team, and in particularly in rural Namibia, and quite a number of years in Brazil. And of course, one of the trends has been that in the last decade, there's been a major game change, because much of the young people, which by the way, 90% of the world's young people are in the global south. So that makes us the marginalized majority. Why marginalized? Because we are at the margins of power, but we are the majority world. And so when people talk about whether it's policymakers or tech companies talk about designing for a user base, usually what happens is that they're designing for a tiny sliver of the world's population, which is, typically white, male, middle class from the West, right? And oftentimes heterosexual. So on top of that, there's another layer of what they call the weird demographics, which is the foundation of the user groups that actually influence design, which basically stands for, it's an acronym which stands for Western, educated, industrialized, rich um, um, democracies, which is, by the way, less than 6% of the world. So, given that, my call has been to let's put the users of the majority world at the center as we rethink, reimagine, and reconstitute what looks like fair principles in work, social life, and beyond, right? Now, as you can see with this photo, it's indeed the case that a lot of young people have come online the last few years, particularly, in the global south, partly also because of some radical changes from the telecom companies. So a decade ago, much of the data and mobile phones was extraordinarily expensive. Now it's some of the cheapest in the world in the global south. So, and I'm not saying that we don't have work to do to get the next billion online and connected, because it's always the last, what do you call the long mile, right? The last mile. But there's a substantive number of young people who have come online. and we need to capitalize on it. But as you can see, it tends to be dominantly male and not women and girls. And it's not just an access issue. It's mainly and dominantly a socioeconomic and a gender issue. It's much about, can women be online, because the digital space is looked upon as a public space where women are not supposed to engage with strangers, interact with strangers in ways which can compromise their honor, their family honor. And so this poses a significant issue about the visibility of women, especially as our work becomes platformized, right? So more on that soon. Um, so a couple of years ago, actually, interestingly, a month before the pandemic hit, my organization called FemLab, which is co-founded by myself and my co-founder Usha Raman from University of Hyderabad, got this substantive generous grant from IDRC, which is a Canadian grant organization, to look at women workers in India, Bangladesh, and parts of Africa, particularly Kenya, working with Harambee and other such organizations, and how they go across different sectors. We wanted to take an intersectoral or cross-sectoral approach and not just a feminist approach, right? Because what are the common platforms, particularly in this gig economy, the so-called gig economy? Because one had to rethink the notion of the gig economy. And for those who are not familiar with the term, this became very popular as digital platforms became the normative. So you had the rise of Airbnb, Uber, Ola, and all kinds of sort of gig platforms, which allowed workers to be flexible, get on board. And in many ways, it was liberating because there was a low entry threshold. So, for example, a lot of refugees, internal refugees in many parts of Africa, could get work because there would be a lot of discrimination, which would not allow them to earn a livelihood. So it's not. It was actually embraced and was very enthusiastically embraced among many marginalized groups. That being said, over these years, we've seen a rise in protests by these very workers because of the what they argue legitimately as not being of fair value as platforms start to take a bigger and bigger chunk of their earnings. But more on that later. The point is that when we got the grant, we got this opportunity to focus on women workers, because usually the default when we look at the studies on marginalized workers is it's dominantly male. And partly it's because of access issues. It's much easier to do research on male workers or just male subjects than female subjects for a variety of reasons, particularly in the global south. For instance, it's very mundane, like basically you can't even get a woman alone to talk to her without her mother-in-law or a husband or a father present. And so she self-regulates what she says, and it cannot be treated as authentic, a real data, right? Sometimes we can't even actually approach because they are spoken about. So there were all these difficulties. So it's not a coincidence that we have substantive amount of research, mainly from, the male subject. So this grant really focused on women workers, and we looked at how gig platforms is rising in even what was considered a non-digital space, like construction work, salon services, garment industry, and a variety of other sanitation and artisanal sector. Now, when the pandemic hit, that quite derailed us initially because we were supposed to do field work and go out and talk to these women and look at the way in which they were using it, observe. And so we had to rethink how we engaged with these groups over the course of the years during the pandemic. And in many ways, it was a sort of a silver lining because a lot of major changes happened during the pandemic. For example, Bangladesh came out with a fintech system within 2 months of the pandemic, hitting them, because they had to send much of the bailout money through digital platforms directly to user groups, worker groups, right? Same case in India, many parts, Harambee was able to mobilize, millions of young workers across different parts of Africa, particularly during the pandemic, by upskilling them online. So there was a lot of momentum and opening up of opportunities, embracing of these platforms as a way to really enable people who were shut out of their regular workplace. So we started to rethink how we approached it, and we documented it in our book, Feminist Futures of Work, from which much of this talk is drawn from. And what is interesting about this book, and by the way, it is also open access and it's free to download thanks to IDRC. So I hope you all can take a look at it and let us know what you think. Because what's interesting is we did something else. We engaged with the 1/3 are just academics, 2/3 of them are actually industry people, aid agencies, NGOs, civic actors, artists. So they write these essays, and entrepreneurs from their perspective. And so we bring in a sort of a stakeholder perspective to this conversation. This is just a glimpse of the team that worked on it, and it's changing and growing. And I'm very interested in those who are, interested in learning more about FemLab, particularly as we do more work in many parts of Africa. So please reach out to me post talk, and we'd love to see how we can develop that. Now, let's get back to the topic. Now, there are initiatives, of course, on pushing already for a fair work designs principle. So, for example, Fair Work has been working, which is a initiative with Oxford Internet Society, Internet Institute, alongside ILO, to come up with a way in which to recalibrate fair rules in the gig platform area. And these are like 4 areas they have been, pushing for, which is that platform workers deserve fair pay, right? And so this is a kind of campaigning. Second is about fair conditions, fair management, and fourth is fair representation. Fair enough. But we realize that when the normative in this well-meaning and actually very useful rubric and movement is that the women workers tend to get left out. And let me give you some illustrations of how, right? So for example, fair pay. Indeed, what Fair Work argues is algorithmic systems tend to discriminate. And so workers, and again, the generic worker has much of their money cut out of their system, right? So now the platform is increasing the cuts and also transferring costs like material costs or petrol costs, say if you're in the ride hailing sector, onto the worker. So that's their focus about fair pay. So it's basically the relationship between the company and the worker, the generic worker. However, the worker has to be splintered because we already see that algorithmic platforms discriminate in terms of the kind of pay that women get over men, because women tend to reject offers for work because they don't want to work in the night, because they have much more care work to do. They can't just move extremely fast. So the system is designed for someone who doesn't have as much care responsibilities, who can work at all kinds of times, even in the night. And so you get rewarded for what is considered a privilege of moving through public space, which is, of course, enjoyed more by males and females. And that is reflected in the algorithmic payout. And as well as we know that there's already a pay gap between women and men, and that is amplified in the global south, oftentimes as high as 40% difference. the other is about fair work conditions. So fair work emphasizes that, well, it is very unsafe because, it's so customer centric that you want the delivery as soon as possible, right? And I'm still staying with this ride hailing example here. And so it puts workers at risk because they have to move really fast through really heavy traffic, and the accident rate is extraordinary. Also, we can get our products of toothpaste or whatnot on time, right? So, but however, there's another layer of safety when we put women at the center, which is about getting into taking people in the cab. So if you're a woman ride hailing driver, you want to be able to rate your customer, particularly if they are sexually inappropriate or they are a threat to the women driver. But it doesn't work that way. Or in salon services where women go to people's homes to clean their houses, and there's a lot of opportunity for abuse, sexual abuse, and mistreatment, right? So that tends to slip through the cracks, right? Or fair management. There's a lot of push for fair work saying that, well, we need to have in-person supervisors, right? Because that would result in fairer relationships. But it's not always the case because many women workers, say in Bangladesh and the garment industry, expressed that they actually felt that they got a fairer treatment when they were anonymous through automated systems because their gender was not taken into consideration. So when that is anonymous, they treat it differently. Whereas in person, their supervisors tend to be male and tend to be very deeply gendered. So you can already see the shift that it doesn't quite work with women and women workers. And the last is about fair representation. For those who are tracking this, you've seen very promisingly that unions are on the rise against Amazon, for example, and other major big tech companies. And there is that momentum because of this perversity, particularly during COVID, where you had Jeff Bezos become a trillionaire while people were, and the workers, Amazon workers, were suffering from enormous amounts of strain, getting paid barely any wages. So this extraordinary difference, really sort of was a tinderbox for workers to unite and say, well, we need better work conditions, fairer pay, etc., right? Accumulation through a unionization. However, if you start to look at unions in the global south, they are dominantly made up of males. And particularly if you look into it's an intersectionality of other kinds of privilege. If it's in India, it's a particular caste, religious groups, and that actually happens in many parts of the global south, where there's tribal in nature and whatnot. So what works for, and why is that the case, is because women need to have the time to go and attend these meetings, and disproportionate care work on their shoulders doesn't allow them to participate in these kinds of union meetings or actually have a sort of platform of representation. So these are the reasons and these are just a sliver of the reasons why we thought we need to come up with fem work as a working principle. Now, there's another sort of momentum that we capitalized on is the rise of femtech. Now, femtech in the last few years has gained a lot of traction. And what is femtech? Is basically feminist designs by women for women, right? Now, it goes into some boring but very important, areas of, well, it's all about money. Because if you look at venture capital funding, majority of venture capital funding goes towards entrepreneurs who are male, particularly in the West, and not women. And if you look at for what kinds of research, it tends to be more male-centric research, not female. There's a lot of research on this. So the tide is turning. Now there's a rising number of women who are getting venture capital company. I mean, by no means it's equal at all, but there is hope, right? So femtech, if you see about the femtech revolution or femtech popularity, it's become a thing, and venture capital funders are taking it a little more seriously. That being said, again, when we look closely at the kinds of technologies which are feminist, it's actually not feminist but female centered. And there's a difference because majority of these initiatives are to do with women's bodies, like menstrual apps or reproductive apps, and everything around women's health, which makes them even more potentially vulnerable, particularly based on policies. Like look at the US with their shift in abortion, particularly in certain states, and how you can get women can get criminalized for aborting their child, aborting their fetus, and so what's interesting is that that kind of data, if it falls in the wrong hands, can put them into deeply vulnerable situations. Or, for example, if you are a homosexual looking into, certain kinds of health issues, you again, if it falls in the wrong kind of hands, it could lead to some serious criminalization. And as we know, majority of global South countries criminalize homosexuality to a point, even in some cases, to death. Right. So that being said, we need to build serious guardrails, and we cannot conflate being female oriented and feminist oriented. So our argument of taking on a femwork approach is that we need to shift our mentality from femtech to femwork. Because when we replace the tech in the femtech with work, we underline that tech is labor, right? Because us producing data on an everyday basis, that is an output of labor, right? Us engaging online is labor. So when you put labor at the center, the different kinds of conversations that can be had. When we take a feminist approach, we value diverse work forms, right? Work times and workplaces. For example, many women work in the kitchen in artisanal sector, and that is their workplace. But in much of the global South economy is informal in nature. And so oftentimes their workplace is mobile and changing and at different times. The so-called gig work is actually really the informal economy, which has been around for decades before the digital came about, right? That is the majority world. And informal work does not mean that it is part-time work. Oftentimes, people have multiple kinds of jobs, like you're a seasonal worker, right? You're a farmer for a couple of months, then you go into the city and you take on a variety of different kinds of work from construction to, ride hailing and sanitation work. And then you go back to to your rural area to do more farm work. And that kind of behavior is just not computed because there's a very clear category, right? We need to start with the point that majority world is the radical normative. They have to be at the center of the conversation, and that is the global South. And what works then for the global South will work for the rest of the world because we build systems which are agile, which are cross-cultural in nature, which thinks about AI ethics in a deeply cross-cultural and feminist lens. And I think that when we think in those terms, it will be good for the rest of the world. So we need to reverse the flow of knowledge, the flow of values from, because it's typically from the West to the rest, and we need to reverse that current. And of course, we need to go beyond the binaries of whether it is user, non-user. For example, in Namibia, we found that, in rural Namibia, something like as high as 60% of our participants were unemployed. And yet and the majority of them didn't have access to a mobile phone or digital plans. However, that a few did, and a lot of people got to be part of that access because information was shared with the rest of the groups. They would have a meeting, and there were a few devices in the meeting. And so while maybe there are 3 users online, there's a whole group of, say, 20, 30 people around them. So, this whole binary of user, non-user doesn't quite work because there's a larger group that is included, or the individual and collective. We can't think in terms of individual centric. For example, with Etsy, for the artisanal platform, it's built for individual works of art, individual artisanal products. But if we look at the culture of artisanal work, which is, goes into the cultural heritage industry, much of cultural heritage and creative work, particularly from the heritage sector, is collective in nature. So oftentimes an entire village does a particular kind of pattern, or particular kind of loom making, or garments, like whether it's in Guatemala to it's a cross board. Ecuador, we found patterns that people talk about their village producing something, not them as a particular, individual, right? And so that is really the system is not designed for that. Flexibility versus formal. It's like it's looked upon as if it's oppositional, but it's not. People want flexible work arrangements, right? And yet they want formalized work arrangements. And that does not mean that you have one job. What it means is you have a safety net, and where your well-being is taken care of, from social security um, to a variety of other measures of fair work conditions. In fact, India came up with a very interesting initiative which uh, pushed, particularly during the pandemic that we captured, which pushed every tech platform, gig platform, to contribute 10% of their profits to a common pool, a sort of a social security net. And this way, because the workers are moving across these platforms, right? And this allowed them to, provide these workers with some sort of security. So we need to really think out of the box for us to leverage on these tools, right? Leisure versus labor. A lot of, like, we had women in Bangladesh in the garment sector who were forced to shut shop and were relegated to the domestic sphere at home. But they took to Facebook Live to sell their saris and other garments. And what was interesting is that they also had a lot of fun. They looked at it as leisure because they got to dress up, and they really connected with people who actually would praise them and say, "Oh, you look really nice." And they got a lot of self-confidence and developed a social life online that they weren't really allowed to do so in their, lived experience. And so we need to look at the complicated relationship between leisure and labor and leverage on this sort of relationship. And care and efficiency. As I talked about, reproductive data can be extracted in a sort of surveillance, data surveillance machinery. However, if we take on a surveillance of care work, we can reverse this sort of paradigm and say, let's look at the challenges that women are facing in these different platforms through, and based on the sort of datafication of their concerns, we can create a privacy by default, or rating the customer like a two-way rating system as a default. Basically, can we turn it around, which can create more efficiencies because we allow women to feel safer and they are able to be more active in the workforce? Because one of the alarming statistics in many parts of the global south is post-pandemic, and with the rise of the digital, women in many parts of the global south have been declining in their participation in the workforce, right? And so this is really an important criteria. And last is the whole, personal versus professional, as I mentioned, needs to be rethought about, because oftentimes women's workplaces are in the kitchen, or they're doing care work while also doing bead making, or they're, trying to look at, do some household chores as well as take care of, many other artisanal work. So this, let me see, how am I doing with time? I think I have a few more minutes. Am I correct? 5 minutes, is that right? Let me look at the chat. Yeah. Okay. Well, I will wait for you to just signal to me. Now, another point we are arguing here is when we take on a femwork approach, uh, we basically are advocating the right to access plural identities, dignity, refusal, and professional development. For instance, right to access is women are deterred in accessing these systems because, what do people think when you're engaged with strangers? So here's a good example in our work is Mishu, a reselling platform, said that one of the most powerful ways is to, take on the family as a unit, not the individual woman as a worker, because this is sort of a slow and silent feminism. First, you get the husband or the father to agree to allow the girl or woman to work, and and usually that works when you ask for the permission, as long as it doesn't take away from all her extra duties, which sound very anti-feminist at the onset. However, it's a sort of a pragmatic approach to feminist design in a way that Mishu said that this company said that over the course of a few months, they saw a major change where as the family saw that the women were bringing money back home, they started to take on more care work. And also women started to gain a little more confidence in the house and exercise their voice. And so the sort of a silent and slow incremental feminism is well worth underlining. Plural identity. During the pandemic, we saw many internal migrants move from the urban area to the rural area because they lost a lot of their work, like the construction workers, particularly the women construction workers that make up almost half of the construction work. But the difference is that they're not documented because they are an add on, because oftentimes they go with their husband and the husband does the more obvious construction work and in terms of like the maybe brick building. And they are the only ones registered, even though the women are also carrying on their heads and transporting cement, etc. They're not registered as construction work. So, for example, in India, 96% of the bailouts for construction workers did not reach them. In fact, today, India still holds much of that money because they haven't been able to reach these recipients, right? Dignity. We noticed that in the last few years, public sweepers working for the government were given GPS watchers to track their movements, and their salaries would be docked if they moved out of their zone. And there was a big rise by these women workers who protested, saying that they felt like it was like shackles, like it was an enslavement on a already sort of underpaid, undervalued work. And they won actually, which is also very promising. So now it's become voluntary. And one has to think about, yes, it could be more efficient from a sort of technocratic perspective, but it comes at a deep cost of dignity. And dignity does need to be at the center of our work life, right? The right to refusal. Ride hailing, work is really suffering from women drivers, meaning a lack of women drivers. There's a huge demand for women drivers because much of the global south feels more comfortable for their women and girls to be transported by women drivers. However, there's also the stigma attached to women drivers saying, oh, what kind of woman would work for a sector that allows them to engage with strangers? So they clearly are like prostitutes, which is what we would hear. So we need to change that mindset, but also they need to, whoever is already working the ride hailing sector needs to have the right to refusal without being punished for it, right? Um, and the last is professional development. One of the interests in Bangladesh, something like majority of their GDP comes from the one sector, which is the garment industry sector. And in the last few years, it's become increasingly automated. And what we heard from many of the supervisors is they started to ask the women to send their sons because now that it's getting much more upskilling, they said, well, clearly you no longer should be the ones to do it. Maybe your sons can do it. And that mentality needs to change. It should be the professional development of these women, which should be at the center, because in Bangladesh, majority the garment industry is the largest sector for the GDP, and it is completely run by women. It is something like 90% driven by women, right? So, all right. I'm trying to get a sense of time. If you could just let me know how much more time I have on the chat, that would be good. Um, uh, I will continue. I don't quite hear people telling me. If you let me know how much time I have. All right. Anyway, so basically the framework of FEMWORK is fair in terms of compensation, attribution, effort, equitable, as I mentioned, recognizing the many intersections that create marginality and ensure opportunities and rewards are distributed accordingly. Mobility enhancing, as I brought up, which should be meaningful engagement with the task, its context and the community, worker identity focused, where it's legitimate and it integrates plural identities, like I mentioned, farmers as well as construction workers. You can be both. The opportunity to organize in creative ways that build community, allowing an assertion of the rights that I brought up, and offering them mechanisms to advocate on their own behalf with management and create a mutually productive relationship. Respect based. Worth is not just a transaction based, but is a transaction based not just on oppression, but on mutual need and gain. Recognizing the value, right, that comes from these workers in a genuine sense. And last, knowledge based, reflexively drawing on the knowledge from multiple sources and stakeholder perspectives to build a recursive feedback loop. So, all right, great. 5 minutes. Thank you. So I'm concluding with how do we proceed? Some very interesting feminist praxis projects are in motion. And, we ourselves have been trying to do this in terms of the ethics of research when we go into it, go into these kinds of fields where it's not just a sort of a data extraction for academic purposes. It's action research where we are giving value on the go as we get knowledge for our own academic work. So, for example, we have worked with Justice Adda, which is a design and legal nonprofit firm based in Delhi and the UK. And basically, what they do is they translate cumbersome legal jargon in many parts of the global south into very accessible audiovisual templates in their own languages and distributed on WhatsApp to educate workers in their rights, on other kinds of movements. And these are just some sort of campaigns that we built. And this is just in English, but we translate into multiple languages. We created animations. And so this was our way of immediately giving value back into the field. In fact, this was also one of the big requests by a number of NGOs at the field level who said that, why should we participate in this? Because there's all these academics who come, talk to us, and we never hear from them again. We don't know what's going on. And so it becomes a sort of academic pursuit. So at the get-go, we start to work with them. And we ask them, what do they want? And oftentimes they want targeted social media campaigns or they outreach, etc. And so we provide these kinds of services as part of a sort of a mutual value gain and appreciation of their time and involvement. Another way in which one can approach it from a feminist approach is my current project funded by the European Union. It's a Horizon Europe grant where we are reducing the bias in AI recruitment systems through a feminist and cross-cultural approach. Now, what this means is now many of you have heard like where Amazon really got criticized when their algorithms for work, their recruitment platform was dominantly recommending males, particularly white males, for high-end positions like CEOs, managers, etc., than women. And that's because data sets are deeply biased because much of the CVs that were fed into the AI recruitment system was male, white, etc. So it's not a coincidence that the algorithms would recommend males who are white. So the rethinking of it is that what right now we're doing is we're using synthetic data, which is artificial data built on real data. And we don't need to go into the technicalities, but the important thing is we are building a feminist data set where there are women, of color who are holding multiple positions, and we are creating these sort of synthetic CVs to be populated into the AI recruitment center to de-bias the system. And we can talk more on that. But that enables, we're training basically and teaching the algorithm to recommend to women of color. We're taking an equity-based approach because of the legacy of discriminatory practice. And last is that we are working right now with a multinational design firm because a lot of these generative media tools that are generating visual images tend to be deeply stereotypical. So if you do African child, it's usually fed by NGOs, think tanks, aid agencies working in Africa for decades. And it is this poverty porn with children, their ribs sticking out, flies on them, eating, like barely anything. And that kind of narrative tells the story of many parts of Africa, which is deeply driven by a one sector, right? And this is something that we found commonplace across board. So what we are currently doing this, and I'm very happy to engage with those who are interested in doing this, because we believe in a replication of this for this to really be meaningful, is we're working with marginalized communities in India right now, starting soon in Kenya. And so anyone from Kenya who's interested in this, please reach out to me. And we've done work in Brazil and Ecuador. And basically what we're doing is we are giving prompts to many of these creative communities in these contexts. Here is a case in point in the creative women in Jaipur. And basically they, with their mobile cameras, responded to a series of prompts on women at work and documented in these photos, which then they labeled it the way they would like to describe it in their own language. And we basically were taking that data set and populating the Creative Commons with it, which will, we believe, help in the de-biasing effort. So as you know, that this requires a scalability of practice. And so anyone who's interested in a replication of this, please reach out to me. So to wrap up, we need to really focus on the redressal mechanisms over the ideal service or product. Because look, we don't just build a system and say, okay, finally we build a feminist design. No, a feminist design is about focusing on the process and ensuring there is a redressal mechanism, because you can never envision how, you cannot guarantee that just because you take a feminist approach, it'll result in, a feminist design. There has to be a constant auditing mechanism, and we need to use these FemWork principles and the rights mechanism as a sort of benchmarks and guardrails to ensure it is streamlined with the worker interests, right? Broaden the user paradigm. We need to account for non-users, intermittent users, limited users, indirect and collective users. Otherwise, we will be, losing majority of the user base, right? Intermediaries are here to stay. And what I mean by intermediaries is it's not just the digital platforms. These are also the social platforms, and the social institutions, patriarchal institutions like families as a unit, right? The physical spaces. These are all sort of intermediaries. And care is efficiency made sustainable. That's really important to understand, is that care is efficiency, right? Because we tend to look at it as a binary. And last is we need to shift from a personal is political to professionalism is personal, because women are allowed to be professional and have mobile phones for professional purposes, but not for personal purposes, but what we are noticing is a lot of these professional women who have their work or their mobiles for work tend to then, through that, have a social life and self-actualize. And I think that's really important. And with that, let me stop sharing and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Thank you for the key takeaways, which I saw people scribbling intensely, and also for the messages that are very obvious, but we don't really pay attention to. So I really liked your point about we are the majority, right? Those of us in the global south are the majority. So rather than think of technology as coming from the West and then being shared with the rest of us, to begin to think about we being in charge of the innovation and being the ones who do the cross-cultural, gendered approaches, which we then share with the rest of the world. We are supposed to end at 10:15. We started slightly late, so I am going to use my, what we call in Ghana, Ababawa powers, and extend it to 10:30. So we have half an hour for questions and comments. Who would like to start first? Okay.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. I'm wondering, in terms of the fair work principles, especially on fair work, do we have or do you have an example on what fair pay should look like? Because normally the principles that we work with is on minimum wage, but also now living wage. And also I'm wondering whether in the fair pay principle, is there like a way to calculate that? Because for example, in Kenya, what we are struggling with in the e-hailing sector is trying to find ways under which we can come up with, I don't want to call it fair pay, but with a pay that is a living wage, according to the ILO, because the ILO has already like passed some instruments regarding the living wage. Because what we've seen is that in many African countries, even if some even don't have minimum wages, and if they have, they are just like, I think in Uganda, they have like $1. The last time that it was reviewed, I don't know it was which year. But even in Kenya, where we have like minimum wage, it's still not sufficient even for living wage. So the rethinking around minimum wage is very important. But now, especially in the digital economy, given the fact that most workers are not even employees, how do we ensure that they can actually have access to this living wage? And finally, does the fair work principles go hand in hand with the framework principles, or do you borrow a lot from that? And also, do you borrow from the fundamental rights and freedoms at work by the ILO, which are like the main fundamental rights and freedoms at work? Yeah, thank you.
Should I answer it or are you
Let's take a
taking?
couple. Let's take a couple, then you respond.
Well, I'm Mubarak. I just want her to maybe consider on maybe like this ILO of the teens. Because I know back home in Nigeria, some sectors prepare to employ women because their argument is that women always accept whatever we give them in terms of that wage, while the men resist it. I have an engagement with some like proprietors of private schools, whereby on monthly basis they used to have a dropout of male staff, while they always accommodate the women because the women always accept whatever he gives them. Just last week, the federal government approved a minimum wage because normally now the living wage is not that being prominent, but mostly it's the minimum wage for workers. But this minimum wage is not transcending to many sectors. That's why it has been transmitted to the National Assembly to make it like a binding laws. But still, after making it to be like a binding laws, whether the government or the private sectors, still it becomes problematic. My argument here is, why are sectors trying to embrace women with meager amount? That the impression is that women always accept whatever salary you give them. That is my argument. Why all this thing is always transcending to women. Thank you so much. Yeah.
One more, and then she responds.
Thank you for the presentation. So my question is in terms, my name is Joanita. I work with the Nawi Collective. My question is in terms of trade unions. You mentioned the gender dynamics within trade unions. So I wanted to know if within your research there are other ways that women are organizing that are outside trade unions, so that then they are able to have other spaces for collective bargaining, or whether those are not yet formed.
Okay.
These are excellent questions. Thank you. Shall I?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, these are really good questions, and thank you very much for them. So, all right. One is, I think, for the first person who brought up, I thought there's a very good point about differentiating minimum wage versus living wage. Now, it's not either or, we know that. I mean, it's really important to have a benchmark because we know with the platforms, with much of our work being platformized, there's a sort of race to the bottom, right? Because if work can be anywhere, then whoever is able to work on the lowest amount will get the work, right? So if it's sort of this kind of gig work kind of platform. Now, that is very dangerous. Also, we've noticed that in terms of the pace at which you work, like one of the sort of coverage on the warehouses in Amazon, revealed a deeply disturbing sort of finding is where workers, the pace at which they have to work to package was calibrated based on the efficient worker. And so if X person is far more efficient in packaging something, the algorithm will adjust based on them, right? And so it is really important to understand that it's not about cumulative and averaging of the most efficient worker and then making your time slot shorter and shorter, which makes it extremely dehumanizing, where you can't even take a bathroom break, which is, by the way, covered in the media a lot, versus the idea of dignity is what is necessary. People need bathroom breaks, need food breaks, need to be able to have a creche at home, at the workplace, etc. These are sort of different ways of imagining fairness, which is not based on just an algorithmic system. Now, it's easier said than done, of course, and living wage is really tied to not just the salary that you're getting and the price of the goods and services, and to allow you to keep your dignity, which is, in the end of the day, if you're working a full-time, job, or rather if you have multiple jobs which come together as a full-time working situation for you. So you're working 60 hours or even 80 hours a week, which is, typically what happens because people are trying to make ends meet. You should be able to have a dignified living situation, which means you should be able to afford a roof over your head, a decent quality education with kids. And, the list goes on. And that's a different kind of conversation, because then you start to move from that to see what is a fair living wage, right? But it also goes not beyond salary, because it has to be about who gets to account for these sort of other costs. So, for example, in the ride-hailing sector, why should the cost of your vehicle be on the onus of the worker, because it adds, because workers don't, these are very abstract costs. And in the end of the day, a lot of their salary gets eaten up by it. And this, they have to learn the hard way, because they have to also, it becomes extremely, what do you call it, predatory when these gig workers are chased by loan companies saying, hey, you can take a loan out to get a rickshaw for your, or a, or a cab, but then you get trapped into these massive loans with high interest rates. So we need to think in a broader paradigm of who takes the responsibility for these other additional costs, which impact your salary, but also the social safety net, which is, as I mentioned, we need to think out of the box, because today across sectors we need to think about a social safety net, especially with AI, changing the work, changing the nature of work, potentially like disrupting many, work sectors. We need to have a safety net in order for us to embrace change, right? Um, and in terms of the difference between fair work and fem work, I believe fair work, look, uh, it's very important to have as many actors trying to do good work. And I think fair work is doing some enormously good work. And I agree with those four principles, as I brought up at the beginning of the presentation, right? About fair work, fair pay, fair work conditions. These are all legitimate concerns about worker safety, etc. What I am arguing is with the fem work, it takes a special focus on women and girls and does not assume that they are incorporated into the worker dynamic. So it is more like a complementarity by saying that, okay, you are bringing up fair work conditions, but you're focusing disproportionately on safety, which is very important. But safety means different things for women. And we need to look at that. And if you look at the intersectionality of identities, if it's a religious persecuted group in a particular context, their interest comes very, at the center. It has to be an equity-based approach, because if their name reveals what kind of caste or what kind of religion, they hold, and that will result in discrimination, we need to ensure they're protected. And so now companies are saying they are partners. Their names are not revealed. They just call them a partner, which, could actually, circumvent these things. So we need to really think in those terms. The other question about women accepting whatever work they are given, absolutely true. In fact, I think much of feminist designs, feminist design approaches to platform work tends to be non-digital. And let me explain. I'll give you an instance of our interviews with a lot of feminist taxi companies. So in India, for example, we interviewed a number of, there's a She Taxi and many other kind of for women, by women ride hailing sector initiatives, which has come about in the last few years. And, the CEOs said that part of the reason they did this is because they felt like these patriarchal systems are not going to change anytime soon. And it's deeply, like it's a really sticky factor. So in the meantime, they're not going to wait around. They're going to set up their own feminist, femcabs, right? So they hire women, and women, it's not just women who are transported as clients, but also children, because it turns out that customers feel more comfortable with women drivers to take their children to school, their elderly parents, from location A to B. So actually that's and women, right? So that's a majority in people with disabilities and so on and so forth. So, but what they found is in order to get women drivers on board, they spend about 6 months trying to build their confidence. And I thought that was really interesting, because women tend to accept whatever, as you mentioned, tend to go along because they've been deeply, subjected to feeling that they are second citizens in their own country, of secondary importance. It's a real sort of a cultural inscribing, and you need to unlearn that. So we're talking about really mundane, seemingly mundane things, like how to confidently open the door, talk to a customer. They were so shy They didn't have that confidence. How do you dress up? How do you address somebody at a professional level? And so a lot of them invested in that and this confidence building. And many of these ride-hailing workers, women workers, said that it changed their life. It was not just a job. They found solidarity, and they were able to understand how to, do their finances, set up their own bank account, and it spilled over to many other sectors. And I think so that's the core, right? We have to understand to create feminist designs, we need to not necessarily look at technology as a pathway to do so, but rather social interventions. And the last question about trade unions, I found that also very useful in terms of indeed that we need to look at organizing collectively. Like I mentioned, one of the rubrics of FemWork principles is that we need to recognize variety of forms of collectivizing, right? For instance, a lot of people, a lot of, say, sanitation sector or salon services, they have their own Facebook page, WhatsApp group, and it's not just about fair work. It's not just about fair pay or something on those lines. It's about tips of the trade. For example, avoid this customer. Like if you have a WhatsApp on like prostitutes, right? Sexual work, so-called prostitutes, sexual workers. They have their own channels where they say, oh, these clients are really bad and avoid them. And so they share how to manage and operate in the work where they can keep each other safe. We've seen with subsistence farming, where majority of African women uphold basically the the entire country's agricultural sector, because majority of the subsistence farming is done by African women, and yet they're not counted as a farmer because it's not commercial, right? So they have collectivized, and they are working with NGOs and co-ops to come up with fair, like also part of it is like fair trade, just like a fair trade, fair coffee. It's the same kind of like fair work kind of stamp, saying if you want to, buy a produce which is also fair work and feminist work, actually, you need to engage with these groups. So there are sort of ways in which one can look about collectivizing, but absolutely we need to understand that collective practice for resource management by women have been going on for decades, for resource management of water and other essential services in terms of everyday protests. In the Himalayas, for example, there was this movement on Chipko movement in the 70s, where women prevented the logging companies from felling the trees because it impacted their society. So, there's so many examples across the world, from Latin America to India. And we tend to, it's not documented sufficiently. It's not put forward. It's also as if women have not organized just because they're not part of unions. They're always organizing themselves in ways to, shift the needle, so to speak. But let me stop here in case there are, oh, I noticed the time. Okay, maybe a minute or so, sorry.
So we can do a second round of questions.
I can't hear you.
We are going to do a second round of questions and go till 10:30.
Okay, great.
So I think Imjiba's hand was up from the first round. So can we start up here? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Mjiba. So I have two questions, one of which I'll start with stating that I drove Uber for about 6 months. And one of the things that I learned is that you can never make enough money to have a living wage driving Uber, one. Two, you have to put your life at risk to actually make any money. So the best times to drive, as the speaker said, is like, 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. Like, which woman wants to drive till 3 a.m., right? Because you think that you could, be accosted or killed or raped or whatever. And so that of course impacts women's ability to participate in this. So I was just wondering if you found any statistics of sort of women who were uh, um, driving or participating in these kinds of activities late. That's one. The second thing I wanted to talk about was both how these digital spaces are perhaps overpricing local markets, right? So like in Accra, and I can talk about Accra because I live in Accra. In Accra, for example, like there's Airbnbs everywhere, and Airbnbs are priced in dollars, right? And so then the local as in people who live in Accra or live in Ghana, they find it very difficult to find decent and affordable housing. But people fly in and pay, $100 a night for a small Airbnb, and then the person who's making, 400, 500, 600 CDs, a month is now expected to compete with that person. So and particularly when you're talking about women who have children and larger families. So I'm wondering, did you find any of that? And then I'm also thinking about, for example, with ride shares, it seems to be outsourcing taxis or like, other alternative forms of transportation, particularly people who maybe are not very cognitive of, this technology. How does that factor into like the economic, the ecosystem of kind of these digital platforms? So those are the things that I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to read one question online so we don't discriminate against those online. So he or she says, I would like to know why it is so important, if it is in fact important, to talk about digital and media literacy, and how can we address and ensure it as finals or end users of digital and media services? So that's our online question. Then we can go back in person.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lawal Ayobami from Nigeria, representing Auton Amalgamated Union of Based Transporters of Nigeria. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. So passionate to me. I'll be talking on fair representation because I happen to be one of a trade union that's organized for our base drivers back in Nigeria. And actually, the app companies are really not acquainted with the fact that we are very organized and affiliated to the NLC, that's the Labour Congress in Nigeria. And it's a struggle, getting them to actually call us for roundtable, that's collective bargaining. And each time, some of them that actually agree to it, each time we do that, it's like a waste of time because we talked about a lot of things and they end up doing totally different thing, making us look like we are sellouts to, our members. It's really a struggle. So I don't know. I'm just thinking, because in that aspect, they're not making a fair representation work for us as a trade union. So what can we put in place to make this principle, fair representation, work for us as a trade unionist? Thank you very much.
Go ahead and respond.
Yeah, again, a really nice set of thoughtful questions, and also thank you for sharing your experiences. I'm so excited. I really have this FOMO thing. I wish I was there so I could have long conversations with you all over meals or something. But next time, anyway, because I'm very intrigued to learn more. But let's okay. So in terms of the first question about, it's fascinating to know that you also well, you were an Uber driver and the kind of lived experiences you had with the company. So, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's sort of rewarding you for, being available in the midnight is really actually male centric, isn't it? Because that kind of freedom is not afforded to women. And that's in the majority of the world, including in the West, right, in many cases. But it's obviously exacerbated in the global South, where safety of women is of a huge issue. Um, and it's not just safety, it's even allowances for your family to even work in life. So it's not even you won't even get permission, so to speak. But that being said, what's interesting is that we're looking about, so when we were talking to these feminist entrepreneurs who set up these alternatives to Uber, it was really eye-opening because many of them decided to discontinue using an app. So just because and here are some of the reasons. They said that, well, part of the thing is we are subscribing to the logic of application and, the algorithms of, the best times, the best, based on user preferences and needs, right? Or what's high in demand, whatnot. But they said their business model was very different. For example, a lot of these feminist taxis did large scale contracts for long term with multinational companies or with schools, healthcare institutions, and so like with hospitals. So, for example, with multinational companies, they said, well, they look good, right? So they could say, oh, we work with these feminist cab hailing companies like She Taxi. And that way, they don't need to have the algorithm because that's useless information. They already have a plan of when there are set times when these women were available. They had a schedule, and they didn't need that kind of user insights because the companies were telling them when they needed these, and these are quite fixed according to work hours, right? Or, for example, with the hospitals, a lot of the elderly needed regular checkups during certain kinds of periods of hospital hours, and that's basically quite set, or in-house services, right, where they needed some sort of assistance at home. Again, those timings were set. So based and schools, right? Like kids needed to be picked up at this point and left for lunches, etc. So when you broke it down, they didn't need that kind of algorithmic information, and they pushed against this notion that, oh, late night work is the most lucrative, so we need to do that, and they changed their business model completely to be able to fit the women workers as well as fit many of these institutional interests. So it was a win-win situation, and I thought that was very inspirational. The online question on media literacy is a really good and tough one because so there's two things. On one hand, absolutely, we need to constantly have like I said, a recursive and an ongoing system of media literacies and other kinds of sort of mechanisms to upskill, for want of a better term, workers, particularly women workers, who tend to be undereducated on these apps because they're not exposed to it as much. Because the typical user practice is at home, you have, say, one mobile smartphone, potentially, right? The family uses it. And usually, so the father gets access, then the husband, the brothers, and the girls tend to have the last option of usage. And your confidence only happens when you're able to use it more frequently, but also where you discuss it with your peers, you exchange notes, and that's how you learn. So there needs to be a much more formalized arrangement, as I brought up with, say, the Bangladesh setting. Is not that women are not capable of it. Obviously, they're capable of it. But you need to have a concerted effort to, give them a professional phone, because a lot of their families won't allow them to have their own mobile phone. And so this is groundbreaking when they go into these areas because they have to have this professional phone, and also their family can't track their movements because the company doesn't allow their interference, which is rather liberating because there's a sort of interpersonal surveillance system, particularly on like the guardianship system in a lot of the Middle East, for example, where by law male members are allowed to track the women in the family for their own good. Very paternalistic and very sort of infantilizing women, right? So in many ways, these professional phones are very powerful and also very important, and they need to be educated on how to use them and how to empower them in ways, and also to be able to collectively push against certain, apps or affordances and design features which are not working for them. For them to understand the logic that this is impossible, that this is these designs are not frozen, but are amendable based on a pushback is itself media literacy. That being said, there's recently scholarship which also is saying that, well, media literacy by itself can turn around and be weaponized, where it becomes neoliberal nature, where you transfer the responsibility onto the shoulders of the worker, saying, hey, you need to make yourself literate on these affordances. You need to do the collectivizing. You need to do everything. So the burden is on your shoulders, and that's a very neoliberal take, right? So it has to be by default in certain regards. It has to come from the whether it's de-biasing initiatives, as I brought up, from companies, from databases. We need to do a top down, or for example, the social security policymakers need to come up. It shouldn't be on the shoulders of already overburdened workers to figure out what is fair policy. No, it's our responsibility, all of us in this room and beyond, who actually have some kind of platform, some kind of power, some kind of leverage, policymakers, like, to come up with a working system, because we need to listen to their concerns and then to think out of the box to ensure that we can, address those concerns in a meaningful way, right? And the last point is on fair representation. I really wish we could talk more in person, because I really feel what you're saying. And, actually, there's an interesting organization called Women at the Table, which is, exactly what you're saying, is that it's not just sufficient to have these groups. You need to be involved. You need to be on that, in those conversations. You need to be involved meaningfully in that conversation. And look, even at a personal level, I'll give you an illustration on a very personal note. In my previous university, I was the only full professor in my faculty of color. I checked a lot of boxes, woman, color, whatnot. And it was celebrated, because strangely, the Netherlands is ranked really low, actually one of the lowest in full professors in the Netherlands, women full professors in the Netherlands. So on the other hand, I was not invited to be part of any decisions, because it was dominantly made up of male professors who would oftentimes hire people, do things, and they would forget me, right? And so on one hand, I had the same power, but in reality, I did not, because I was not able to, be meaningfully impactful in that area. And so, thankfully, I changed jobs. But no, but what was really sad was that majority of the workers, like assistant professors, whatnot, were women who expected me to represent them. And so I was, caught in this. And one of the interesting studies that in recent years, particularly from Latin America, showed that in order for women to be effective in positions of power, you need a critical mass. Otherwise, we land up representing everything. Like, I'm not the entire of the global south. Forget global south. I'm not even like, I can't even represent an entire of India, right? What does that even mean? So we global, workers in the global south, people from the global south, we cannot be the representation of everything and everything, every issue. We need more of, a critical mass of actors to get meaningful representation, meaningful participation, in order for our voices to be heard. And I do believe that when it cannot be, otherwise it becomes tokenistic. So we can, and in terms of selling out, I totally hear you. And again, um, I know time is up, but just to let you know, I've been accused many times, oh, how can you work with tech companies? Actually, I do, because um, it's the way in which you work with them, right? So a lot over the last few years, many, particularly women in at Google, Spotify, Adobe, across these tech sectors have reached out to me, and they tend to be isolated in the bro culture, and they tend to be running teams like equity product teams or international team, or there's all these sort of proxies of responsible AI team. And they've reached out to me. And what I'm doing is now coming up with a consortium of inclusive AI, Women at Work campaign. And we're going to do a major launch in October to basically put the Global South in the center. And we're launching an inclusive AI lab with people in the tech sector, mainly all women, by the way, because not a coincidence that all of them are running these divisions of trying to do equity-based work, except they isolated in their own work environment. However, this platform, I hope, will create a sort of solidarity across different tech sectors, because in the end of the day, tech sectors are made up of people, and people have the power to change. So if it can happen from the inside, it'll enable it to be much more sustainable. So anyway, and so I'm bracing myself for being accused of a sellout, blah blah. But you know what? This is how you institute change. The finger wagging and regulation by itself is not sufficient. We need to create change from internally, because even bad actors have good people, and we need to believe that. So with that, thank you very much, and yeah, I hope some of you reach out, and if you resonate with this, because I'd love to, explore more opportunities working with you, because a lot of this needs to be scaled. All right, thanks.
So on behalf of the audience, in person and online, I'd like to say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Arora, for your time and your insights this morning. Thank you. To us in the audience, we are running 15 minutes late, but I think if we come back at 11, Lisa will forgive me and will fix everything. Yes.
No problem.
But before we leave, two housekeeping rules, two housekeeping announcements.
Morning, everyone. The first one is just for people who didn't hear this yesterday, outside there is an exhibition of art, which is part of the conference. It's not a hotel exhibition. And that's the result of a call that FA put out to Mozambican artists, and the exhibition has been curated. We have 4 winners of a prize that has been offered as part of it, and they will be participating in a roundtable in the morning of on the morning of day 4. Okay, so there's just so you know that. And then the last thing, if you haven't registered for dinner, please do so that the people providing the food provide the right amount. Thank you. There's a link. Sorry, there's a link that would have been sent in the logistical note. So if you just go to that and, follow it. Yeah, thanks.
But I think not having breakfast is a good way for Okay. Yeah, I can imagine. Your metabolism is active. Mine is not. So mine is slow. By the next morning, you are still feeling the weight of the night before. And it's not that one ate a whole lot. So. Thanks. I like yours to have been admiring it, particularly the combination of the two, the orange and they are both rich. No, it's Kenyan.
Okay, maybe
You may have bought it in Ghana, but it's Kenyan. Definitely Kenyan.
Could I invite everybody to find your seats so we can get started with this roundtable that's focusing on the world of work? There were other questions in the room from the keynote in the morning still. I hope hold on to this, because I hope that we will be able to discuss some of these issues in this roundtable. I would like to make this roundtable very interactive and very open. So I invite you, as you are listening to what my experts up here are saying, to think already about, you know, questions, associations. Let's share things. You know, we don't have to have kind of that hierarchy of expert here, listener there, because there's obviously a lot of expertise on this issue in the room. Just a few words in terms of introduction. I mean, with the idea that digitalization profoundly is interrupting and has interrupted already the world of work, has been in the room. And I have to admit that as an academic, there's a lot of things that I love about digitalization. There is, you know, just thinking about how it allows for collaboration, having Zoom, having Slack, doing teamwork, working from a distance, being able to work at home, which as academics, I think we've always had kind of that privilege, and that has become a much more available option for a lot of people. So there's the collaboration aspect of what digitalization has done. But there's also the job automation aspect and the automation of routine tasks, such as, for example, translations, transcriptions, doing research using, you know, not just ChatGPT, but all kinds of other resources to make our life easier. I was looking around a little bit, and I don't know whether you know about these literature mapping tools. So there is Connected Papers, there is Insightful, Lit Maps, Local Citation Networks, Open Knowledge Maps, Research Rabbit. Those are all apps where you can help you do, that help you do your literature review. Or then even AI tools that actually do the literature review for you. Of course, they exist now also, including with citations, right? With ChatGPT doesn't do that. So there is, for example, Consensus, there's Illicit, there's Kenius, there's Semantic Scholar, there's Skyspace. So all of those are out there, and they're just getting better. And, you know, they're also a help. Right? We don't like them because our students use them. Right? Well, that's what everybody's worried about. But they also are a help. The other thing I think that that digitalization also has allowed to do is that it actually allows to flatten hierarchies. And even if you think about feminized workspaces, if you think about the role of the secretary, in the old days, that was sitting outside the man's boss office and was doing the typing, right? You know, those guys do some of the typing themselves now, right? And the secretaries, in that sense, have actually disappeared as a routine labor, but they certainly do a lot of service work still, and they do a lot of support work. But is it a boon for everybody is, of course, the question that's in the room here. You know, and we've talked already about the gig economy. I'm not going to report much of what Payal said this morning. The other question I would like to put in the room also is that question of what does it do for social reproduction? Because we focus so much on the world of work as if social reproduction is not work, And so there's also that question of what kind of an impact and what kind of possibilities are there. So in the roundtable, we're going to pursue these types of questions, not exactly these questions. And we have 3 experts, one online, who will help us think through this. I'd like to introduce them quickly. You already know Akosua Darkwa. She's an associate professor of sociology at the University of Ghana, where she studies the ways in which global economic policies and practices reconfigure the nature and character of Ghanaian women's work. And in the last couple of years, she has worked with a colleague, Nana Akua Anidoho, do I say that right? And they have done a country study in Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya on women in the platform economy, and I guess you're going to draw heavily on this work. To my right is Ruth Castelbranco, who I just learned is actually from Mozambique, but she's a senior lecturer at the University of Witwatersrand and a coordinator of the Future of Workers research group at the Southern Center for Inequality Studies in South Africa. She co-edited the special issue in Gender and Development in 2022 on women, work, and the digital economy. And she has co-edited another book published in another issue published in Work in the Global Economy in 2023 called New Frontiers, Digital Labor Platforms and Emerging Worker Struggles in the Global South. And then finally, we have Abigail Osiki online. And Abby is a senior lecturer in the Mercantile and Labor Law Department at the University of the Western Cape in South Africa. She's also a research associate at the Center for Transformative Regulation of Work at Cape Town, at the UWC Cape Town. Over the past year, in collaboration with the International Labour Organization, she has been researching policy and regulatory developments in the platform economy in Africa. So there's a lot of skill and expertise on this panel, but the way we were imagining this is that we are going to engage in a discussion and we want to engage in a discussion amongst ourselves on the panel to begin with for about half of the roundtable, and want to then open it up to the audience and hopefully broaden the discussion even more. And I would like to encourage you to think about your kind of everyday interactions with AI, because in a sense we've all become digital workers of sorts, and so we all have experiences in addition, of course, to the research experience that many of you bring to the table as well. So I'm going to start with a question, and Abby, okay, we see you, wonderful, welcome.
Okay.
Abby, I want to start with you. You have worked with the ILO, and you have a good kind of top-down view of the situation. And so I'd like to ask you, could you describe for us the main dimensions of the digitalization of work in Africa today? What types of platform labor are emerging? What trends do you see in different countries? Also, what kind of differences do you see for women and men in this sphere?
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you. It's great to be part of this panel. Generally, in Africa as a whole, there are 3 broad dimensions of platform work. We have the location-based platform where services such as taxi, delivery, beauty work, healthcare, domestic or personal services are offered. And then we have the online platforms, which specifically targets the provision of services remotely to clients, such as freelance, micro task, including even increasingly tutoring being offered from many African countries, such as Kenya, such as Nigeria. Examples of things offered by tutors include um, teaching non-English speakers English. And then we have hybrid platforms, which are particularly common in Kenya. And such platforms offer multiple, I'm sorry, I apologize for the background noise. Such platforms offer multiple services. So some platform offer both e-hailing, beauty, domestic work services. And then a very important trend that has emerged in Africa is actually also the use of e-commerce platforms where workers participate in selling and buying. It's particularly big in Western Africa and in Eastern Africa, where we have big regional e-commerce platforms such as Jumia. And then besides the typical independent contractual relationship that is prevalent in the platform economy, we have the use of intermediaries, particularly in the online tutoring subsector. And this particular trend introduces a triangular work relationship where making it quite difficult or more difficult for the employing entity to be identified. And many countries, many African countries apart from South Africa, do not have legislation that speak explicitly to the use of intermediaries, while courts have made pronouncements on the use of intermediaries. Courts in Kenya have made pronouncement on the use of intermediaries in the platform economy. There's really no legislation that seeks to protect this kind of work, whether it being the workers as employees or the workers as independent contractors. And then, apart from this general trends, research also shows that there's a clear gender segregation between platforms, between those that operate in public spaces and private spaces. And in many instances, these replicate patterns in the traditional sector. So we'll have transport services dominated by men in many parts of Africa, despite the fact that platforms such as Uber, as as Uber and Bolt have introduced like specific targeted services like Bolt women drivers to deal with the issues of safety and also to enhance the participation of women in these platforms. Still, the transport services is still dominated by men. And then we also have in private spaces, an example is domestic work service, which remains dominated by women in Kenya, in South Africa, and even in Nigeria. And in looking at the trends, we'll find that in a place like Uganda, for example, women drivers in the e-hailing sector are less than 5%. Even though this is slightly better than the traditional sector, where the participation of women in driving in the traditional sector is about 1%. But one area of the platform economy where women seem to be thriving in West Africa and in East Africa is e-commerce. In this particular subsector, we find a lot of women participate in buying and selling. This also is patterned along traditional lines where in Africa, most of the street traders in Africa are women. So participating in e-commerce is also a predominantly women affair. Now, in terms of differences between men and women, one of the things that we find is let's talk about e-commerce, access to finance. So one of the major hindrances of participation of women in certain in certain platform um, sectors is, for example, the e-learning sector is access to funds. So we find that a lot of women do not have access to funds apart from those provided by family members. So in Nigeria, in many cases, women do not have the capacity to be able to apply for funds from commercial banks to be able to do capital intensive platform work like getting a car to be part of the e-hailing sector. In Uganda, for example, we also find that almost 96% of women um, with access to funds got it from family members or from relatives. Only very few of them um, got funds from commercial banks. But the good thing that is emerging also is the use of cooperatives, which is also becoming an alternative source of funding for a lot of women. Now, that's why the fact that women are the biggest participants in the e-commerce sector in the platform economy generally in Africa, one of the things research has shown is that women earn less than men generally, and that's also because of the products most of those women sell, which is typical to what also happens in the traditional street trading sector, where women would typically sell things like perishables or just light products like clothing, accessories, apparels that are not very capital intensive compared to men selling things like electronics and its accessories, which are sold for more and bring in more profit for the men. So you find women in things selling things like clothing on e-commerce platforms, things like beauty cosmetics, stationery supplies, while men do the big things, the big machineries on these platforms. And then apart from these differences, one of the things we found in our research is that even they're kind of like contradictory findings, because we find that the beauty sector is actually dominated by women in a country like Kenya. But what we'll find out is that despite it being dominated by women, men earn more than women in this sector. This is also the reverse is the case in Kenya, in the Texas, and the e-hailing sector, where even though the participation of women is way less than men, we found out that the women that we interviewed, they earned on the average much more than the men. And in the healthcare and in the tutoring sector, women earn more than men. And then across in the online platform sector, across the different categories, microtax, freelance, and editorial services, women generally earn less than men, except in editorial services that women earn more than men. But generally, in all the categories in online um, platform work in Africa, men earn more than women. Now, we also noticed gender disparities in the working hours between men and women, and that's also because of the unique challenges that women experience in terms of balancing their work life and their domestic responsibilities. So even though platform work offers an opportunity for women to participate more in the labor market because of its flexibility, because in most instances you could participate remotely, the patriarchal context of most African communities and countries means that women still need to balance both their work responsibilities and their family life. So one of the things we found out that in many of the sectors, women generally worked less hours than men. So even in the beauty, in the healthcare, in the tutoring sector, in e-commerce, more men worked more hours. So in Kenya, for example, we found out that men on the average worked 65, 64 hours compared to 44 hours that women would typically work in a week. And then we also found out that many, in terms of contribution and access to social security, men made women had less contribution or contributed less to social security. But one of the things we also see in response to that, that is emerging in a country like Kenya also, is also the use of cooperatives as a way for women to contribute and access social security. And then looking at collective bargaining, which is foundational for every worker because it gives them the opportunity to be able to negotiate for their interest, we find out that collective bargaining in the platform economy in Africa generally is still being driven by men. So that's why the fact that in a country like Nigeria, with the first sole trade union of app-based workers in Africa, we found that a lot of the collective bargaining, the structure is still primarily being driven by women. But at the same time, there are also alternative forms of organizing that are emerging in different parts of Africa. So in South Africa, we have the We Care digital cooperative that is being driven by women, which is focused on the domestic work sector in South Africa. And then we have iWorkers, which is like an association based on a cooperative model of online freelance workers in Kenya. Even though its members comprises of men and women, it was founded and it's still being driven by a woman. So those are examples of ways that even though all collective bargaining still remains predominantly driven by women, alternative forms of collective bargaining, women are taking ownership of these spaces. And then in terms of regulation, there's still very few targeted regulation on the platform economy. The most recent is the Kenyan's 2022 National Transport and Safety Authority regulations, which is basically focused on the e-hailing sector in Kenya. So even though it's provided some form of protection for e-hailing drivers in Kenya, there are still challenges with it. But of course, in different parts of Africa, there are engagements with stakeholders in the platform economy where policies that would impact on the working conditions of platform workers are being discussed. More recently, in a place like Kenya, Kenya recently just introduced the Social Protection Bill, which is hoped that because gender equality is one of the aims of this bill, it is hoped that this will have an impact generally on women, both in the informal economy and women in platform work.
Abby. What I really like about your work is that it complexifies the idea of the platform economy and what it actually is, and also what the experiences of different kinds of workers in the platform economy. So we're talking now also about e-commerce today, which I don't think we have really talked all that much about in the conference so far, but also cooperatives, and we'll talk about the different sectors and how there's very, very different experiences in the sectors, but also a seemingly kind of continuity between the offline and the online. And so I'm going to turn to Ruth now and ask you specifically, do you see the platform economy as a place where there can be work creation, employment creation, and maybe even more so, is there a potential for structural transformation through digitalization?
Thank you. So maybe I'll take a step back and start with the structural transformation and then kind of move back to the platform. I think that there's a concern, and we see this in African Union documents, we see these in the SADC documents. There's a concern that countries are kind of stuck in a process of stunted structural transformation. So there was this vision that you would move from the sort of increasingly higher productivity agrarian sector into manufacturing, that would be a source of mass employment and then eventually into services. And that concern also actually exists in the context of Mozambique. Actually, our national development strategy that was just published last month highlights sort of the issues around sort of limited economic development, productivity, value addition, well-being, et cetera, that manifest themselves in increasingly higher numbers of unemployment and what Alcinda Onwana, one of our great Mozambican scholars, calls, the experience of waithood for young people. And obviously, our governments are extremely concerned about the political implications of this because as colleagues like Carmelisa do Rosario mentioned yesterday, there's political ramifications, including insurgency against the state, dissatisfaction among young people, et cetera. And so in that context, governments are scrambling for your magic bullet. And digital economy becomes one of those words that you put into these development strategies. And it's interesting to see the way that it then refracts through various institutions. So I'm now based at WITS in South Africa. And in the province of Gauteng, where Johannesburg is based, there's at least three universities that have something around digitalization. The University of Johannesburg is speaking about 4IR. WITS is starting its own AI center. The University of Pretoria has just started a Future of Work center, right? So we buy in and we reproduce these kinds of narratives without taking a step back to think concretely, what does this mean? And so the hope among many of these both regional and national policies is that services, in the context of sort of deindustrialization or at least lack of mass industrialization, that services can become the new driver of structural transformation, and that within that, digital technologies can open up new spaces for African countries to engage in the global division of labor, right? That will allow for the diversification of economies, for greater value addition, and eventually better well-being. And so one which is sort of promoted a lot is this idea of STEM, which of course Charmaine Pereira already challenged yesterday in the opening session, so I'm not going to get more into that. The other is online-based platforms, which colleague Abigail Osiki spoke about, right? So the idea that you can access, you can become a service provider to the world. And this is particularly attractive for countries that have high levels of education and that are also English-speaking, like South Africa. You can do translation, editing, legal assistance, et cetera, to like a broader range. Maybe we missed out on the first gig boom, the dot-com boom, but we'll be able to make it to this one. That's kind of the... But of course, there's a mass group of working class people that aren't incorporated into that, and that's where location-based platforms have sort of fit in. And we'll speak a little bit about the sort of challenges in the organizing, but as already has been discussed, much of this work is extremely precarious. The risks of operation are put entirely onto workers because they're classified as self-employed. They're subjected to high levels of algorithmic management. The companies have been able to skirt labor and social protections. So if this is the place where we think decent work is going to come from, I think we have another thing coming. And so the question then becomes, and there's an additional question that's raised, which is actually how much of this whole architecture of digital labor platforms are actually new jobs? Or how much of it are actually old jobs, like in the e-hailing sector, that have been reorganized in the platform in ways that have undermined workers' conditions? We've done some work with the Transport Workers Union in Kenya, and what's interesting is some people joined because they were unemployed and they'd never been in the transport sector. But others had been in the transport sector and they didn't have any other option but to join the e-hailing because the e-hailing had come to dominate the market. So you come to a point where actually you're crowding out more emancipatory or better alternatives that would offer better conditions. And I think that that's a place for some of the discussion that we can have on this panel and that I think will continue throughout the day. And so back to your question, I sort of started backwards and went forwards. There's certainly positives to digitalization, but is this going to be the driver of structural transformation? I don't think so, and I think that we really need to wrestle with what is actually the structure of accumulation in our countries and what is going to drive the kind of inclusive growth that will enable decent work, including decent work for women.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and thanks for putting it into the larger perspective of transformations and the political economy of development in a sense. Also, I know, Akosua, you have strong opinions about this as well. So, continuing on structural transformation, I mean, is it all just an extension of women's work in the informal sector, what we're seeing? And is there anything new about this kind of labor, and are there limits?
So I'd like to start by taking off from where Ruth ended and make the point also about the infrastructure we need for this transformation we are talking about. In Ghana, for example, even a phone call might require you to stand on a tree to get the connectivity you need. So when we are talking about the internet, we have to be mindful that this is not, all of us here are on your phones, you've got Wi-Fi, you have it in the hotel rooms, and you have it down here, and you might have the illusion that this is something that everybody has access to. But that's not true. In some places, the infrastructure doesn't even exist, so it's a non-starter. Where it does exist, it's expensive. People can't afford it. In Ghana, there are people who go on and off Wi-Fi. Like you shut it down, and then at some point in the day, you bundle data, and then you turn on your Wi-Fi. So you are not in constant communication, right? I think we just have to keep things in perspective here. So the conversation sort of assumes that everybody is online. We can afford it. It's available. The technology is everywhere. And then we are going to do this magical transformation, which she's pointing out. What we find in the Ghanaian context is that really what has happened is that what exists offline has just been moved online. There are a few people who are involved in STEM, women. It's not decent work by any standards. They tend to get paid more than on average, but it's contract work. So you get a 6-month gig, you get paid $3,000 a month, but you don't know when next you are going to get that. It might be 5 years later. And when you get the $3,000 a month, there is no pension scheme, there is no health care, nothing. So compared to what other people get, it sounds like a lot of money. And it probably is for the short term, but not for the long term. And it doesn't have any of the characteristics of decent work that the ILO talks about. So conversations about pensions, for example, is a non-starter, right? About representation. When you talk to these women, it doesn't even come up. The only thing they are talking about is the pay they get. Because that's all that they are being offered in this space. And what we have found is that e-commerce is really where most people are involved in digital work in our context. And it's not e-commerce like Jumia, as Abby has brought up. Jumia does exist in Ghana. But what we find is that many people take their phones, they are selling clothing, they take pictures, they upload on WhatsApp, IG, Instagram. So actually the paper we have is titled From Makola, which is the largest consumer goods market in Ghana, to Instagram, because that's all that's happened. It's that the people who are trading offline are now doing their trading online. And the statistics replicate what we find in the general population. So Ghana is a land of trade. 1/3 of Ghanaian women trade for a living. In the capital city, it's 40% of Ghanaian women. If you compare it to men nationally, it's 7% of men, right? And we've been doing this for centuries. So she's only female consultant pathologist. She can get up one morning and tell me, today I've taken the day off. She goes to the bank. She takes out a whole bunch of money. She goes to her friend who sells shoes. She buys the shoes off of her friend. She puts it in her car boot. She drives to the banking college where all the young women are taking their banking classes. She opens the car boot and she becomes a shoe trader. And by the end of the day, she's made 20% on what she took out in the morning. She goes, puts it in the bank, and the next day she continues her life as a pathologist. And there's no incongruence for her. I mean, she says, well, it livens up my life. Right? But in the e-commerce business, actually, you need the education, right? You have to be able to understand what's online. So you need to be able to read, write, understand. In fact, you need some digital marketing skills. So right now, the education is not something that frees you from the trading. The education is actually something that allows you to do the trading. So we have found that, yes, Ghanaian women trade. We've traded for centuries. In the last 4 decades, we've seen a shift from women without education trading to women with education trading. So 2 decades ago when I did my fieldwork, I did it on consumer goods markets, and I did it on women who engage in transnational trade, where also you needed education because you had to do visa forms and banks and all of that. And that required having, although I have to say the first woman I met who was doing this, she spoke no English. And in fact, the reason why I got fascinated by this was she was going to New York to buy things and could not read. I had to help her fill the forms, right? But if you can read and write, it makes your life easier. It makes it easier for you to get the visa for sure. And now there's a whole thing where there's even research on Ghanaian women who take advantage of their dual nationalities. So you are born, say you are born in Canada, and you are raised in Ghana. So being raised in Ghana means you have classmates from Ghana. And then you go back to Canada for your university education. And then you begin to work there, which means you can access finance. So what Abby was pointing to, lack of access to funds. You access the finance in Canada at a lower interest rate. And then you come to Ghana, where because you went to high school, you have social capital, you have friends parents who will offer you their shop front for cheaper because this is your daughter's friend. And then you bring the loan with the lower interest rates from Canada and you set up. So there again, this is somebody who has high levels of education who's able to do this. And what I'm finding is that the e-commerce becomes, if you like, the third place for women with higher levels of education to access. The other thing to also point out is that these men are not necessarily working in e-commerce as their only job. It's a second job. So we spoke to a doctor based in the northern part of Ghana. She's a medical doctor by day. On the weekend, she makes shea butter products. Because northern Ghana is dry, so she's using the shea butter to make lotions for the skin, and she's selling it online. So for her, it's a second job. It's a second source of income. But also, it allows her to do something she likes. And I'll come back to this. So in terms of this providing new job opportunities, I don't think that's really what's happening. It does provide some new jobs for the women who've gone to university, who are doing STEM. We really don't talk about STEAM or iSTEAM in Ghana, right? But those women are very few. The largest engineering program in Ghana, the oldest and largest one, only trains 15% of its class is women. We have a national science and maths quiz that's gone on for over 30 years. It's always been led by a woman. In fact, when they started the program, they used only women as the front. I mean, the back end includes men who set up the questions and so on. But the person who leads is a woman, and currently, she's a very funky dean of engineering. Female, stylish. All the young boys are in love with her. But we are yet to get an all-girls female school to win the national prize. So it's gone on for almost 30 years. Every year, it's only boys who win. I think 2 years ago, a mixed school won, and there was a girl on the team. So that became the first girl in the 30-year history. In other words, what I'm saying is that this STEM opportunity is available to girls, but there are very few girls doing this, right? And if you take off from the conversation this morning also, the kind of engineering they are being taught is just straight from the global north, plopped on the global south. It doesn't take our context much into account. I don't know how many of you read science books with examples that had no sense because you are located in Ghana and they are talking about some equipment and fruits that are, you know, so you're like, what's a grape? You haven't even seen it before, let alone taste it to understand what the science of this is. So in terms of whether they are going to be doing any innovative things with STEM for women, it's very limited, right? So basic, short answer to your question, now that I've done the long answer, is no. There's not much that's going to be changing with this.
Well, let me push on with this then and kick it back to Ruth. With the question of, you know, is this then just simply getting into the North-South relations, right? Is this simply a form of extractivism, or, I mean, is there any expectation for workers' empowerment and decent livelihoods at all? But particularly, I'd like you to read the situation from the macro perspective of the global economy and North-South relations in particular.
Thanks. I mean, I think the one thing to say is that the platform economy and the presentation by Abigail Losiki outlined this is extremely diverse by sectors, but also by the types of investments that are coming, where accumulation is taking place, where value is being directed, what the kind of employment relationships are. And so it's important to take on that diversity as we think about the sites of extraction, exploitation, but also the sites of struggle and where it is that we can sort of leverage power. It's also, a second caveat is that we don't have good numbers, actually, on the scope and scale of the platform economy, in part because many of these platforms have identified themselves as tech intermediaries, often registered in tax havens, who operate around the globe in a sort of footloose quality and offer no transparency in terms of, you know, who's actually involved on the platforms. The irony being that because it's all digitized, they actually have a huge amount of information on who's registered on their platforms, where they are, when they're operating, how much they're earning. So part of it is, how do we develop the kind of regulatory schemes to force these companies to disclose their data? Right? We also obviously need to think about how it is that we rethink our labor force surveys or household surveys in a context like Mozambique in order to be able to capture better actually what's happening on these platforms. But given those two caveats, it's hard to make sort of final conclusions on what is the political economy of digital labor platforms. But what is important to keep in mind is, one, that the bulk of investment is coming from a handful of countries, primarily in the global north, and the bulk of profits are going back to those. And the work that, for instance, of Amir Anwar and others that's, you know, on the digital continent argue, based on their analysis, that really the incorporation of the African continent specifically into these global networks has simply extended and entrenched colonial patterns of extraction. Extraction of natural resources, and we heard a little bit about that yesterday, extraction of data, right, from workers, consumers, and the intermediaries, sort of service providers, all of whom get looped into these digital platforms. It's also a sort of site of extraction of cheap labor. So through the misclassification of workers, algorithmic management, operational risk, et cetera. And it's an extraction of profit. I mean, for a long time, the e-hailing companies like Uber would say, well, actually, we're not turning a profit. And in fact, they weren't, according to the books. Their key source of financing was from venture capital, primarily in the US. And so actually the rise of this kind of expansion of digital labor platforms throughout the world was in many ways driven by changes in the strategies of Wall Street in the post-2008 financial crisis, and a shift towards investment in tech as sort of a new place for a new frontier of accumulation, right? But Uber and those actually turned record profits in places like South Africa, you know, across the African continent. So there is an extraction of profit as well. And so what we've seen then is a concentration of capital, even as alternatives emerge. For instance, in Kenya, there are companies like Little Cab, which have sort of sources of financing from across the globe, but are connected to the big Safaricom, and so have been able to get a relatively large sector of the market, but they haven't been able to compete with these global companies, right, that are able, through the concentration of capital across sectors and geography, are able to dominate the markets. So there's a question, I think, for us, which is, if, where do the alternatives emerge from? Or what has happened to our alternatives as these global north companies are able to kind of grab their reach over areas that they historically did not at least control directly. And I think that that's a real concern. The other thing is, as big tech gains power, they have actually used, and the question of regulation came out yesterday, they have used regulation to entrench their interests. So for instance, the African Free Trade Agreement has a digital policy that was written by Google. And what does it mean when you have big tech from the global north that is preemptively defining policy? And how is it that we engage in those processes? There have been attempts to challenge this. So for instance, the Kenyan regulation that Abigail Osiki spoke to, and it was not easy. Uber in the beginning told the Kenyan government that they didn't have jurisdiction to regulate Uber because Uber was not registered in Kenya. And the Kenyan government said, actually we do. Then they said, well, you can't regulate because these are self-employed workers and it would amount to collusion between governments, between private entities, i.e. the self-employed worker, to regulate. And the Kenyan government fought back. And actually, the Kenyan government, through the National Transport and Safety Authority, has suspended companies for non-compliance with the regulation and has fined companies for illegally suspending workers. So you're seeing that there's a sort of push and pull on where the jurisdiction lies. South Africa has also, through the Competition Commission, tried to think about the sort of, I guess, reflect on this concentration of capital, particularly in the e-commerce sector. But the questions that the Competition Commission is wrestling with are really limited, and they never really address the conditions of work. There are things like, are they sidelining smaller businesses? But the e-commerce system, they come back and they say, well, the small businesses can sell on our platform, right? And then the case goes away. So I think that there's a lot of experimentation, and the important thing is to ensure that workers who are organizing are represented in these policy processes, because that is also instrumental to the process of experimentation.
Thanks a lot. It's pretty horrific, actually, to hear about these things. Akosa, I'm going to go back to you again, because in your research you actually found that women often like working on the platforms. So how should we read that against these macroeconomic critiques on the other hand? Or is this a matter of e-commerce being different from other kinds of platform economy?
So two answers, and it depends on which population of e-commerce participants you are looking at. So one group of participants in the e-commerce sector are doing this as a second job. So they have their regular, if you like, their regular incomes, and this is a second job. And it's a second job for two reasons. It's a second job because it allows them to do what they really like, but couldn't get paid for before. For others, it's a second job because it provides extra income. Now, if you take a doctor, for example, who's making shea butter, it does provide a second income, but you have to ask why she needs the extra money from selling shea butter if she's a medical doctor, which is basically because we are paid very poorly in the Ghanaian context. But because she likes to do this and she gets the extra income, she talks about it in very positive ways. There was another woman, for example, who sold, I think she was an engineer, and she sold fish. She loved seafood, so she loved to be able to do like packaged seafood for a wedding or a birthday party. And then people would call her up and tell her how nice the meal was. And she really liked that. And then she got the extra income from it as well. So that's one. The other one, though, is those who are doing this because they don't have a job. And we have very high levels of unemployment, even amongst the graduate students, right? Graduates of universities. In fact, in Ghana, there's a graduate unemployment association. There are enough unemployed graduates association. I got the acronym wrong, but the point is that there are enough of them to set up an association, and their major characteristic is that they graduated and they have no jobs, right? So this allows you to work. You get an income, but you get an income here because you really have no other option. They talk about it in positive terms because at least it's an out, it's an option that they otherwise wouldn't have had. But the fact that this is their option is an important one to keep in mind. And Ruth has already made the point that this is not where salvation is going to come from. But if you feel like this is your salvation, then it tells a lot about the kind of context that we are working from.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. We had some discussion this morning, I think, in the background of Aurora's presentation about regulation, and I want to move the questions to regulation now because Payal was basically talking a lot about we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this, and the question I had for her that I didn't get to ask was who's we, and so that could be, right, on the one hand, governments, and she had the idea about the Indian economy actually collecting funds from the platforms and that being invested in social insurance. But then there's also that we of the companies, so we're kind of expecting the companies to do something and to adjust their algorithms. And I was reminded of a panel we had yesterday, Brazilian panel, and there was a fascinating intervention there of somebody talking about, Asanda, you were there, talking about caring algorithms and the need to actually change basically the infrastructure, the physicality of the algorithm in itself, and don't bake competition into it, but bake into it the fact that an algorithm can also maybe develop some cooperative type of arrangements. Now, going to Abigail, don't get nervous. I'm not going to ask you to tell us what's right about that, but also knowing that you have been involved with the ILO and that the ILO is actually putting on its International Labour Conference in 2025 the topic of the digital economy. I wanted to ask you, what are actually kind of the different dimensions that need to be considered here for regulation? And in particular, I'd like you to also maybe push a little bit as to what would be feminist regulation.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So when we're conducting research in Kenya, and if you followed the trends of happenings of events in Kenya, particularly in the e-hailing section, still remains the employment relationship. Now, having that in mind, for me, I believe the main issues to consider, the first one in regulating platform work would be freedom of association and the right to collective bargaining. While in many countries at the superficial level, if I may use that word loosely, in terms of the provisions of the Constitution, an average constitution would typically say every citizen has the right to freedom of association. But how does this translate to the work context, to the world of work, particularly given that in the same context, there's specific regulation that speaks to freedom of association and collective bargaining for workers. So the first thing I would think about is having the right to the freedom of association and having the right to collective bargaining. even though, of course, there are implications in giving platform workers this, particularly with the arguments on the part of platforms around the issues of competition law and the overlap between competition law and labor law. One thing we need to think about is the fact that both competition law and collective bargaining, what they seek to achieve is to prevent abuse of power and ensure fair competition. Because we know that in many instances, in a work arrangement, it is the capital that has the bargaining power. So what collective bargaining then does in the context of work is that it evens this uneven relationship. Unfortunately, for platform workers in many parts of Africa, because of their classification as independent contractors, there's a limit to collective bargaining under national legislation. So having collective bargaining and freedom of association will be one of the things I would one of the issues that I feel should be one of the things that should be considered in the regulation of platform work, because then this goes back to ILO's fundamental principle in terms of saying that labor is not a commodity. So then collective bargaining then plays a vital role in leveling the field between platform workers and platforms, and at the same time forms a pathway for workers to be able to negotiate their rights and establish standards towards the achievement of decent work generally. Another thing that needs to be considered is also the definition of platform work. What does it mean? In which context? So it needs to be broad enough to take into consideration the diversity in the platform economy in terms of the status of workers, in terms of the use of intermediaries, in terms of the transborder nature of platform work as a whole, among other considerations. Another issue is also development of parameters around the status of workers. There's some workers in the platform economy that you can see that looking at the reality of their relationship, they ideally should be employees. There are others, as research has shown, some e-hailing drivers are actually independent contractors. Some of them have drivers that they employ. Uber would usually refer to this kind of drivers as partners, right? So it is important that particular parameters be developed, taking into consideration the unique context of platform work and developing a definition around this. Recommendation 198 of the ILO might be like a good place to start. I also think issues around universal access and contributions to social protection, calculation of wages in many African countries. What we'll see is the fact that platforms will typically argue that they are paying above the minimum wage. But apart from the fact that when you take into consideration some of the expenses that comes with being a platform worker, and then the recognition that this minimum wage is actually still not living wage, which even in the formal economy, you find a lot of workers, despite being paid minimum wage, still live in poverty. So there's also the issue of appropriate calculation of wages and moving from the concept or doing the minimum in terms of minimum wage to having a living wage that workers can live with. And there's the issue of transborder obligations of platforms in terms of their responsibilities across borders. There is also the issue around the use of algorithms to facilitate pre-existing bias. Now, what would feminist regulation of platform work look at? For me, the first thing that I must think about in developing the regulation of platform work through the feminist lens is identifying institutions, rules, and legal practices that create, legitimize, and perpetuate discrimination. As we've talked about with the discussion, with the things I highlighted, by my colleagues on this panel, one thing we'll see is that in many instances, inequalities in the platform economy is just highlighting what already exists offline. So it means that there's the need to identify these practices that exacerbates discrimination of female workers in the platform economy. And this was recently done, for example, by the South African court in the Machlango case, where the court explored how inequalities intersect and interact and compound the issues of discrimination of domestic workers in the country. And then for me, one of the things I particularly want to highlight is the use of data. Data processing in the platform economy, research has shown that it perpetuates existing bias, leading to production of discriminatory outcomes, particularly for women. And then, of course, when this overlaps with women living with disability, when it overlaps with issues of migration, you find that a lot of women are in precarious positions. Now, while most African countries are increasingly having like a general data protection law, many of these laws do not explicitly contain provisions prohibiting discrimination. And this is particularly important for women because having a provision that prohibits discrimination levels the ground and facilitates the achievement of substantive equality in the processing of data for those women, given the potential economic value of data. And then there are issues around access to maternity leave. There are issues around access to protection in instances of pregnancy, which a lot of platform workers do not have. And then there's also the tailoring of occupational health and safety regulation through gender lens. Typically, of course, we know that occupational health and safety regulation will typically have issues around ensuring that the skeletal physique of a person is protected and all of that. But one thing we find out is that, for example, in the domestic work sector, women do the same thing, even though it might be similarly lightweight compared to the heavy lifting that men do. All of this have health and safety implications for women, which are not practically considered in health and safety regulations. So it's important that in developing a feminist regulation of platform work, health and safety laws need to be developed through the gender lens. And of course, it could be done similar to how ILO's Convention 190 is broad in its reach and in its definition, such that it impacts women both in formal and informal spaces. And then there's also the issue of sexual harassment. A lot of women continue to experience harassment at work, violence in the workplace. So developing feminist regulation needs to take this unique context of women in the domestic work sector of the platform economy and how this reflects in their lives. And even for those that are participating online workers who are exposed to domestic violence in their home perpetuated by their partners. These are issues that feminist regulation of labor law needs to take into consideration.
Thank you very much, Abigail. That was a very comprehensive outline. I think you could probably write the ILO convention on this issue. But I noticed that your first item was actually freedom of association and the right to collective bargaining. So basically we start with the importance of organizing. And I want to go to you, Ruth, on this issue. We all know how difficult it is to organize dispersed workers. So are there any new models? Are there any alternative models that work?
Yeah, I don't know if I have a magic answer, but we have a lot of people in the room that have been doing organizing, so maybe they can chime in. I mean, it feels, when we look at the organizing kind of landscape, it always feels like we're a few steps behind, right? But as labor scholars have often said, where capital flows, labor conflict soon follows. And I think that this is not an exception for platform work. I think what we're seeing is platform workers are organizing, whether it's in WhatsApp groups or Facebook, and sharing grievances and strategies for navigating or circumventing algorithmic management, or it's through associations where there's actually sort of advocacy that's happening sometimes even driving regulations, as was the case in Kenya. Whether it's through cooperatives or the, kind of East Africa has this long tradition of SACCOs, of savings and cooperative structures, or it's simply through mutual groups, stokvels, what we call in Mozambique shitiks. There's organizing happening. And so the question is, how is it that we look at what is taking place and where, as opposed to what's not? I think for unions, it's raised a conundrum. Many unions are not structured in ways that allow for effective organization of workers on platforms that are not within an established labor regime. So the first question becomes, well, if they're not workers, what's our mandate? How are they going to pay dues? Wait, do we have to go car to car to car? How do we do automatic deductions, right? There's all of these structural things of how unions have operated historically when they were able to consolidate their power that make it difficult to adapt. But I think here it's important to remember that what we consider to be the kind of dominant structure of trade unionism is not the way that unionism has historically been. Unions were about gatherings of workers coming together and organizing and demanding their rights. And we've seen over decades experimentation, whether it's through informal associations that have joined federations, or whether it's domestic workers' unions that have challenged our conception of what class consciousness and collective action actually is. And I think that that provides really good, fertile ground for us to sort of learn lessons and to think about what organizing in the platform sector will be. But again, the ability to transform this kind of collective organization into actual effective change, to challenge global business models, requires a level of contestation that I think most platform worker unions have struggled to engage in now. And part of it has to do with the way in which self-employment and the kind of the outsourcing of the operational risk to workers undermines workers' power. Being trapped in relations of debt means that you actually can't engage in contentious action for long enough periods to claw back something from capital. And so one of the things that the association in Kenya that was responsible for the regulation said is, when it comes to striking, we're very effective. But when it comes to negotiating, everything breaks down, right? Because of the costs that it involves. And I think that that's a place where we have to think about how it is that we build solidarities. And what's interesting is that the associations of women drivers in the Kenyan case have actually been able to build solidarities much more effectively because they have a social power involved with the feminist movement that is also globally networked that somehow the men in the unions don't have. So I think that there's spaces to learn, I guess, across sectors. But I would be interested, because I do know that the Amalgamated Union of App-Based Transport Workers of Nigeria is here, that Central is here. I would be interested in hearing their experiences. The only thing I would say is there's sometimes a tendency in the critique of the sexism and the patriarchy of the union movement to throw the union out with the bathwater. And the union changes, right, in identities, much like worker identities are also not structured. And so perhaps it's time for us to think about how it is that, what are the emancipatory visions for unions? Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm tempted to throw it open at this point, but Abby, I actually want to give you the last word on this and to just convey to us the obstacles that you see specifically in the South African context on organizing platform workers.
Thank you. Similar to what Ruth has just highlighted, there are emerging forms of workers organizing. An example within the South African context is the digital cooperative, which is being developed in the University of the Western Cape within the domestic work sector in the platform economy. My colleague Feroz, who is the manager of the cooperative, she's currently at the conference, can speak more on this. But on the whole, the biggest challenge that we've experienced is actually the regulatory context. Now, the regulatory context of organizing in South Africa is geared towards traditional trade union. So it means in terms of the administration, in terms of the structure, in terms of membership, it targets the traditional trade union. However, because of the context of platform work, And because of the dispersed nature of platform work, having compliance with the regulatory framework has actually been a challenge, particularly for us at UWC. And we particularly experience this challenge when we're trying to think about what the legal form of the cooperative will take. Because even though it's an alternative form of organizing by domestic workers in the platform economy, it was coming with developing it as a cooperative. However, the provisions of the Cooperative Act of South Africa made compliance very difficult. So, for example, even though the definition of cooperatives in the Cooperative Act complies with the IC's definition of cooperative, there were specific requirements that made it difficult for us to register as a cooperative. So, for example, we're required to have a registered office. Now, domestic work is dispersed, as we know, which is also one of the things that has even affected unionism in the sector in South Africa. And because of this, it made it difficult for us to comply with the requirements. There were also issues around keeping documents, issues around the powers of the body of trustees, of the board of trustees, and all of that. So this, the first thing that actually needs to be addressed is actually the need for the legal framework to be flexible enough to take into considerations the emerging forms of organizing the platform economy, particularly given the fact that a lot of these forms of organizing are taking the approach of bottoms up, making it potentially easier for women who have in the past been marginalized in collective bargaining, particularly in the domestic work sector, to participate in collective bargaining for their rights. And then the other challenge that we've noted is also issues around administration. Now, unions will typically run on the funds from membership dues, but this is impossible in the domestic work sector, where the work itself, domestic work as a whole, is already precarious, is vulnerable. The incomes of the women are uncertain. The women earn just the minimum wage, which is not a lot for them to live in. And then this is aggravated by the context of platform work. So it means that depending on payment of membership dues by these women would has actually been a challenge. Of course, the way to do this would be like a partnership between other stakeholders and domestic workers, and sourcing for external fund. Apart from the issue of administration, is also the issue of developing the tech. As we all know, the capital platforms have a lot of money given to them by hedge funds to be able to develop tech, to be able to fine tune it, to be able to have regular updates. But this is not possible within the context of platform workers, because these workers are already in a state of precariousness. So coming up with funds to develop the tech is actually has been a challenge. But for it to be able to ensure or facilitate the empowerment of workers, there's also the need to use tech as a tool. And as the keynote speaker said in the morning, she had highlighted the importance of tech to drive decent work for workers. And this is particularly important for domestic workers. But development of tech and funding around this has been one of the major challenges. And I also think also another challenge that has emerged is also the education of domestic workers. Domestic workers, many of them are vulnerable. In South Africa, this overlaps with race, where most of them are Black women. It also further overlaps with migration, where most of them are migrants from other parts of SADC. So it means that for a lot of those women, many of them are from poor socioeconomic contexts. And this has also an impact on their access to education or their educational levels. And being able to operate at the digital level, which is the emerging form of workers organizing and focusing on, requires a certain level of skill. And the education level of the domestic workers has also generally been a challenge. But nonetheless, we've seen progress with the collaborative effort of other stakeholders, such as academics, such as the private sector, such as funding from international sources. We are seeing progress in this form of organizing. domestic workers are beginning to take ownership of even the running of the platform itself. The tech is being developed. It has gone through different processes of testing, and we are hoping at Central that it would be implemented before the end of the year. And this also is linked to even some of the issues the eye workers has been facing, which is an alternative model of organizing in Kenya. But of course, funding, particularly from external sources, are usually very, very important to drive these processes for platform workers, given the fact that many of them are actually unempowered or do not have the capital to even start the process on. Neither do they have the background that trade unions would usually have to be able to facilitate collective organizing amongst workers.
Thank you very much, Abby. So there's a lot of challenges. I'd like to open it up now. I realize that there is people in the room that are actually organizing platform workers, and I would encourage you to let us know what you're doing. But I also don't discourage others. I saw there a hand that was trying to get up before that. So can we please collect some questions? Oh, you're looking for a microphone. Okay.
It's working, right? Oh, sorry. I'm Avantika. Thank you so much for this panel. It's given me a lot of things to think about. I have just two brief comments / questions to make. As Akosa was saying that, you know, gig economy really started out as a side gig and has become a primary form of employment. And Abigail was also mentioning that there's difficulty in identifying who the primary employer is. So in the Kenyan judgment that happened in 2023, the court actually said that Meta is not responsible for the layoff of content moderators, which was done by the subcontracting company called Sama. And so Meta effectively won the case. So this battle that we are also waging in terms of recognition of workers as workers also means that who is the primary employer, right? And while there are legislative protocols that are being followed, I think there is, I was just reading a little piece that Sylvia wrote in which she differentiates between feminist movement in Africa and women's movement in Africa. I think we're also contemplating class struggle in Africa versus workers' movement in Africa. So there are attempts at unionizing and building cooperatives, which I understand. But you know, these are also merchants, traders who are on the platform economy, which are striving for collective bargaining, right? But is there a revolutionary mandate as well? Is there a larger political, ideological component to unionizing? And have we lost that sharper edge? That's one. And I think to Akoswa, I just wanted to give a cautionary tale, because you were also mentioning that within Ghana there aren't, like, digital integration hasn't been completed. So in India, what happened is it's not the big tech players who actually ended up providing the foundational work for digital infrastructures. It was actually Ambani who was in the news for the grand wedding that he did. So initially what happened is that he was like under $16 billion loss. And how did he manage to do that? He basically lobbied hard with the government and has the biggest tender of 5G fiber cables, and now is actually building the largest subsea cable connecting the world, basically. He's bigger than Meta right now. And how did he recover from the 16 billion loss that he made is that now Meta and Google are both investing, so he's recovered everything. And within 3 years, he onboarded 400 million users and subscribers on his platform by handing out free data packs, by handing out free data sets, as well as cheap handsets. So that's how he monopolized the market. So when we talk about access, digital integration and infrastructures, we also have to be very careful that it's not just the Western players or the big tech players in the North that we are competing against, but these are also the older industrial lobbies that we have, because Reliance has no technical capabilities. It does not build softwares. It does not build hardware. It's actually coming from like a jute company, oil refinery, and like now they have mango farms. They're basically everywhere. So it's a thing called media convergence. That's how you capitalize the market through lobbying with the government. So it's just a cautionary tale for people who also want to strive for connecting with the global market.
Thank you, Avantika. We have two more questions here, and then another one over there. So.
I am Omai from the International Lawyers Assisting Workers Network, and I'm just going to pick from where she left, especially on regulation and policy, because you've talked about the Kenyan situation and what happened, and it was because of the organizing that was not even easy, and they keep on going on strike and all that. The problem is also with what model are they going to be using to start with, because the traditional model of trade unionism is not working in the gig economy, and because the traditional way of organizing in trade unions and the way our laws are built is when you're having an employer-employee relationship. And in many African countries, only someone who has an employment relationship legally can form a trade union or even can join a trade union. This is despite the fact that many constitutions, including Kenya, but also in Uganda, and at ILO we are doing a litigation in Uganda around how this is discriminatory in nature and it's inconsistent with the constitutions. We still have a problem. And that's why even in the regulation in Kenya of targeting the e-hailing sector does not include anything that is close to rights and freedoms at work, because it will be contrary to the laws, the labor laws that are in existence. And because most workers are independent contractors, or they are called partners, quote unquote, and all that, then it becomes so difficult to even enjoy constitutional rights. As much as you have the constitutional rights, but then the laws, the labor laws themselves, they are contrary to what the Constitution provides, then enforcement becomes a problem. And also this speaks into how organizing is done, because even if they join a trade union or they form a trade union, then the question is, how do you exercise trade union rights? How do you ensure that you like collective bargaining? And then the other thing, the other dynamic in terms of legal and constitutional framework is on who gets to influence policy and legal framework. The NTCA regulations were it was a battle, but it was easier because it was the ministry, and then the lobbying took a different approach because there was one senator who was friendly to the workers. So they were able to push through the ministry for the regulations. But then that was it. And the influence and the struggle was real. And even if you look at how, because I was looking at their memorandum of agreement, when they reached at the bargaining table, because there were so many pockets of association, the question was, whom do we write in the memorandum of agreement? Then it became a legal question. Are you registered? Then it became another problem. And how are you representing the other workers? Do you have the legal mandate? Then we can only, and you know, the memorandum of agreement is just a memorandum of agreement. But then they had to agree within themselves to form another association so that now it can be in a position to include everyone, to now negotiate with the government, but also with the companies. But as you can see the dynamics, the workers were, as much as they had power, their bargaining power was not as strong. The same thing is happening in Nigeria. And I'm glad that my comrade is here, my comrade sister is here. The question was, Uber did not want to negotiate. And also they were pushing back in terms of formation of the union, because they said, look, we are not employers. That was the first thing. So we cannot, there is no way the drivers can actually form a trade union according to the laws in Nigeria. There was a lot of pushback. And I'm glad that the workers had now to work with the lawyers so that they can form now a more powerful front in terms of pushing back for them to even form a trade union. We've not even started talking about collective bargaining and all that. That is only the formation of a trade union. But also they had like to give up on some of the issues because they even had to change the name. And she's going maybe to mention about that. How did they even change the name from how it was to now not saying that they are workers or the employees or those things. So I'm just wondering in terms of regulation, because it's the multinationals who have the capital power. It's them who can actually influence the MPs. Right now we are suffering because we are having pockets and pockets of bills in regard to the digital economy, and they are being pushed by different members of parliament and all that. How can now workers form a front against these bills that are supposed even to push back all the rights? So these are some of the things that I wanted to bring out in terms of regulation, but also in terms of organizing.
Thank you so much. Georgie was next.
So thank you very much to the three of you for a really engaging panel, which raised all manner of interesting issues that make me think about my own work. The one I have two questions. One of them has to do with the interface between financial platforms and worker platforms, because in this panel we've been highlighting the issue of work platforms, and but we do know that financial platforms have a strong interface with these work platforms. And Abigail did say that the financial platforms are well resourced and supported by government and government regulations to basically deepen what is called financial inclusion, including banking the unbanked, all these noises about how this is going to empower poor workers and so on. But we know that there's a whole literature which is emerging about the problems with financial platforms, how they put workers in debt, how they open up workers for excessive taxation from governments and so on. So I wanted to ask you if you could help us reflect on this interface between financial platforms and work platforms. My second question is again I suspect to Abigail. The reason is this: for a long time, I used to work on employment agencies. Before this issue of platforms, they were the mediators. They had started this process of mediating between employers and workers, and had created this issue about who an employer is, whether the employer is the agency or the organizations in which they place workers. And now we are saying that platforms are also creating a further complication. And I'm wondering, how is the story of employment agencies changing, or how has it remained in the face of this juggernaut, the platform, and how it's complicating the world of work and making it difficult for us to see whether people actually have employers or not? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Georgie. We had a question over there.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Immaculate from the Mentoring and Empowerment Program for Young Women in Uganda, and my question goes to Abi. I was wondering whether in the study or the research they conducted, they tried to categorize to see the types of businesses that are sustained on the online platform, aware of the fact that many businesses collapse after 5 years, and the majority of those are for women, because of what they have to spend on in their nurturing roles or care roles. How many are sustained with the digital platforms, and what categories of people stay on the platform after 5 years of operating. So I wanted to understand that if they parents, are they single people, what categories of women are sustained there. I also wanted to speak to the cost of data. And in Uganda, each financial year, the cost of data is taxed. So the that limits access to data for very many people in Uganda, and with the increasing rates of unemployment, it becomes worse by day. So you find that many people get off, but also some people, so when they are abused on the digital platforms, their option is to stay away from that. I also wanted to find out what would be the best ways of negotiating for fair tax regimes, fair taxation on digital platforms to make people keep using them and gaining from that platform. Thank you.
I realize we have a lot of questions in the room already. Yes, but what I'm suggesting actually is that we go around, and I know you are all busily taking notes, and I'm going to give everybody 2 minutes or something at the end to respond to the millions of questions. But I think actually questions are important, and questions are important to hear, and sometimes we don't actually need the explicit answers because we know that maybe they don't even exist. So let's go ahead with the questions, but everybody's going to get an opportunity to respond. And I would like to give the word maybe, yeah, we have Amrita here, then we have Asanda, and then we have, then we have your intervention. Thank you.
Okay. Ayabami once again. Okay, I just want to add to what my fellow comrade Wamai said about the formulation of the union in Nigeria. Like she rightly said, it was a struggle, and thank God it was one of first of its kind. That's the first union we'll be having in the e-hailing industry. We all know the e-hailing industry is a new, journey for the app society. So they are still trying to see, how they can really, mingle the policy, the advocacy and everything, and how it can work best for them. Because I say something to them that they are only up for their commissions and how, they can eat their cake and also have it. They don't want to be responsible for any legal issues that we are throwing at them. So now, about the formulation of the union. Oh wow! It started from we trying to get a face, like who can we talk to? We have a lot of issues. We have complaints. All we have is just this automated response they throw at us, and at times you just be confused with the grammar they just throw at you. We won't know how to respond to it. So we came together. We have different, like she said, different association, thousands. We go with different agenda and be like, okay, we can't keep talking to different people. We want you all to come together and let's relate. So that was what bet the coming together to form a union, which turned into be an amalgamated union. Coming together of different associations. Okay, we now have a union. So what next? They said the name we have there, being workers, they're not going to take that because we are not working for them, we are partners. And we are like, partners? If we're partners, that means, it's good enough. That means we have a say. We can even employ some of us into, your inner chambers and all. And they're like, it doesn't work like that, So they told us to take our workers. It's formally Amalgamated Union of App-Based Workers of Nigeria. So we were being pushed to take out the workers we have in the name. Went back and forth, used lawyer, send charges and all. So, okay, we say, fine. Since you're agreeing to have a union, that we can have a freedom of association, we can have a union, then, using worker will not give us a setback. So we now have to put transporters instead of workers, because they don't want to have that, because we know that putting the workers give us room to demand for a lot of things like pension, retirement plans and everything, and which they are actually running for. So okay, no problem. We went ahead, took it out, and another problem is now engaging us, because it's not enough to say we now have a union that is seeing to the affairs of people. How is the engagement? So like I said earlier when we had the first session, that whenever we have a meeting to talk about real issue that people are complaining about, and we felt like, yes, we've come to a good conclusion, which will make our people happy because that is why we're representing them. They turn around to do something really different from what we discuss. And it is making people lose faith in the union, like we are there for our own personal gain. I'm like, I'm also on the streets. I'm an active driver and I face the same issue. So there's no way I'm going to go there to, sell my people out, especially my female, my gender. We put a lot to work. In fact, we are the most active on the road. We render professional services. And these people are not making us, giving us the better face that we are actually fighting for. So it's really a struggle, and that was what brought me into the question of fair representation that I talked earlier, because we don't really understand what these people want anymore. And by God's grace, from the execution part of the union, we have made a lot of findings, and we want to make sure that every drivers under the union have like a unique identification, so that if we have issues, we will know that we are tackling our members, we are dealing with our members, and them, that is the app company, will understand how important the union is to them as an app company, because it's going to give relieve them of a lot of stress, a lot of complaints and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing that. This is important to hear. I've gotten instructions now to tell everybody to be brief. So I'm inviting 2 more brief interventions. Amrita and Asana.
Thank you. That was such a wonderful panel, and I learned so much from it. And I think the question is for all 3 panelists, but I'm reflecting on something you said yesterday, Ruth, and a conversation we were continuing today, is that your work and the kind of fieldwork that you were doing, it didn't really start from a feminist perspective, but slowly the feminist perspective is emerging. And I'm now connecting that to the conversation that's been going on around unions. And we know, as you said, Ruth, again, from the history of unions, that it hasn't kind of emerged in a linear way. But I think not just history of unions, but the history of certain kinds of unions. For instance, we've talked quite a bit about domestic workers union because we have found the platform to talk about it here. But I'm also thinking about other forms of intimate unions, which primarily involve women. And these women workers, whether they were sex workers, whether they were nurses, whether they were nail salon workers, or they were going from house to house to do beauty treatments. All these women have hustled to become part of unions. And I wonder, even if we don't only talk about women and tech, in general, the emergent form of future works that we are talking about in this conference, whether we can actually learn from the history of the unions that these kind of women have hustled in the past from. So I wonder if the panelists could reflect on that.
Thank you very much. Rita.
Thank you. All very great presentations. I'm going to be very brief. I have 3 questions. One is around what and I'm wanting Akosua to maybe elaborate a little bit on this. I got a sense that you're not just talking about the crowding out of the market by big capital, but by middle-class women. And what I'm getting from you is also some tensions between working-class women who are operating in Makola market and these ones who are having this bigger market on Instagram, who can reach other parts outside of Accra through Instagram. So I'm just wondering if you can say a little bit more about what I'm sensing as class tension of sorts between these two groups of women. I mean, and also just from a feminist perspective, what that means, right, for imagining or thinking through these. And the second one is around something that Georgie was talking about. She was talking about this finance and platform interface, but I'm interested in the debt crisis and the ways in which these platform economies are also activating particular kinds of crises, debt crisis, and how that plays out in household, at household level. And I'm asking this because a lot of Uber drivers I often meet in South Africa and in other parts of the world, they often say that it's not my car, I'm renting it from someone. If I slack, these are the implications. And I'm often wondering, what are the implications and what ways do those implications translate into the household space? How does that play out? And I think it touches on some of the questions that Lisa opened with at the beginning around social reproduction and so forth. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would like to add one question that is online, and it's specifically to Abby also. Did you get any data on how people of non-gender conforming of non-conforming genders fare in the platform economy? So I want to put that out, but I'd like to maybe first invite Akosua to pick out, don't answer everything, but pick out some things and go around and have just a quick response of things you find important.
So I'll start with Asanda's question about tension. Actually, what's happening is the middle class women are buying the things from the working class women and selling it online. So in a sense, they are expanding their the working class women's options, because they are buying and making it available in spaces that may otherwise not have been available. At least for now, that's what's happening. It is possible eventually that a tension will arise where the middle class women will start to access the goods, because most of the goods in Makola come from outside Ghana anyway. So it's possible that eventually the women will just start to directly access the goods. The other thing to say about Makola is that it's not actually working class women only in there. In fact, when I did field work, the woman who I spent the most time with had a first degree in sociology, and so she liked the fact that we were doing sociology in her shop at the time. So that's the other thing about that. Just a quick thing about unions in Ghana and in organizing informal workers, which, I mean, one of the FA issues, actually, I did an interview with a woman who was the director of, or in charge of the Informal Workers Association. So it's called the Union of Informal Workers Association in Ghana. The only thing though is that what happened was, so the self-employed women organized as employers, not as employees, and they are very hostile to the idea of unionizing the employees. So I don't know how we get over that tension. I mean, it's so hostile that you can't put both groups in the same room. We did that with, we did that about 3 months ago with eateries, what we call chop bars, right? So the women own the restaurants and they have workers, and we put them in the same room, and I had to separate a fight. So for me, it's very interesting to hear about the other spaces and what's happening there, because in our context, we are quite far away from that. Then on the question about financial platforms, and the other thing I actually didn't talk about, in Ghana also, because of the poor infrastructure, like the ride-hailing stuff, sometimes the map takes you to the ocean or the bush, and not quite where you are supposed to. Right, or it does things that complicates the conversation we are having here. On the financial platforms, there are variations. So there's a group that sees it clearly as a necessary evil. It's like, on one hand, they are getting very taxed. In fact, my colleague Naneku Anido has done some work on e-levy, which is a tax on the finances. And what women say is that it was a scam. So the government encouraged them all to get online, to digitalize their earnings, everything. And then as soon as they did it, they implemented the tax. So it's like they got them and then they crashed them. And you saw very clearly that women were very unhappy about that whole government move. But you hear others say it allows us to get our money in ways that before we couldn't. So what they would do in the past, they would work with a courier service. So if Charmaine ordered the food, I would say, okay, pay on delivery. And I'm working with the courier service on trust. But the courier service guy disappears with the money. So at least when I get it in hand with the tax, it's in my account. When I work with the driver, so long as he's not running away, we are good. The day he decides to run away with the money, I'm in trouble. Some others also have taken out loans on their phones, so they can't actually get the payments on the phone, because if they do, it will go immediately towards repaying the loans. So they then tend to work with the couriers, because at least the money won't disappear as a loan repayment, and then you hope that the driver won't disappear with your money. Yeah, other people were doing like a name and shame. So sometimes also say it's a dress, and I would say, well, I don't want to pay for it until I see it. I want to make sure what I see is what I'm getting. And then when it gets there, I take it, but I'm not going to pay the full amount, because what I see is not what I saw online. So I refuse to. So it's like I'm now negotiating after the fact. And I've seen online a situation where women then do a name and shame. So they will actually they might not put your name, but they'll put this phone number and say, don't sell to this woman because she has her own price system. And so on. There's a large online Facebook group called Tell It Moms, set up by some Ghanaian. It has all kinds of problems. But one of the things you see on there is a naming and shaming of traders, of customers who try and scam the traders. Yeah.
So many interesting questions, I think many of which, like this relationship with the past mediators, are maybe empirical questions that we actually need to kind of look more into. It's interesting, but I don't have answers to. So I wanted to focus on just two things. One is the organizing. I mean, I think, as was said, organizing is really messy. And actually, when the Transport Workers Union approached us a year and a half ago to do some work with them in Kenya, we were under the impression that the organizing was at one stage. And then when we got there, it was at a completely different stage. The relationship between the associations and the unions had broken down. The associations, or the union, was now trying to turn the cooperatives into associations to join them. And so there's a lot of, we ended up writing this article that was supposed to be about the how-to, and it ended up being called Building a Car While Driving It, because even as we wrote the article, things were changing. But I did want to share a few things that the Transport Workers Union, which is a historically male union, did do. One, they changed their constitution in order to allow associations to join as associations, which meant that the Women's Association, for instance, didn't have to join as individual members, but they had the option to join as an association and to contribute financially, but on a different model than individual dues. And I think that the other thing that they did was to use the space of having a regulation under the Transport Authority to lay claim to a group of workers that hadn't been designated as workers. And so to say, well, this is a regulation about the transport sector, we're also in the transport sector, and to kind of skirt the questions, the details, the legal details. Now, will that work? And I think you might have more updated, information on the limits of that. But I think that ultimately it is a question of experimentation, and it's about building power, and it's about struggle. And part of our challenge is trying to find what those strategies are. On the second thing around financial platforms, we're actually doing some work now on fintech. Because part of what happens in the e-hailing sector is that the companies regulate rates on the basis of car models. which was hard for me to understand because I don't know anything really about driving, you know. But so they decide, for instance, just today, Uber announced that any car that's older than 3 years cannot operate on the Uber platform in South Africa. So what happens to all the workers that have cars that are older than 3 years? Yeah. Or they get downgraded to an Uber Go at a lower rate, right? So Uber is constantly playing both with its workforce by recruiting people, its customer base by these algorithmic rates that are actually defined by the company, and then by these random ways of kind of defining who can operate and who can't. And the only way that workers who depend on the e-hailing platforms can then continue to sort of derive a livelihood from this is by getting a new car. How do you get a new car? Well, Uber has the answer. They've partnered with fintech companies, right, who pitch themselves as sort of social responsibility companies like Move, who are, like Uber, also registered in these footloose tax havens that charge very high rates, that have no risk because they benefit from automatic deductions from workers' pay, right? And if workers don't pay up, they don't only lose their income for that week, let's say if they went on strike or something, but they would lose access to that asset. And so actually what we're seeing is the way that debt and labor control and fintechs are intertwined. And I think unless we break this, we're not going to be able to build the kind of power in the sector that's going to actually allow for the kind of victories that you were speaking about. So I'll leave it there, but thank you.
Amazing. Abby, you had a lot of questions. So pick your favorite ones.
Thank you so much for all the insightful questions. And honestly, just like Ruth, I don't have answers to many of the questions, but I'm just going to reflect briefly on some of the questions. So I wanted to talk about whether we had interviewed non-gender conforming workers. Sadly, no. As many of us know that identities such as this are still being criminalized in many parts of Africa, so which makes it very difficult for workers to be able to identify themselves in this way, despite the fact that they might have been part of the survey, asking them their gender, whether male, female, whether non-binary. But unfortunately, we didn't have responses like this, of course, because of fear. In terms of sustainability of platforms after 5 years, we know that SMEs are the engine room of economic growth. But one of the things we keep seeing at play in many parts of Africa is the fact that there's a lot of uncertainty and lack of clarity around policies, which makes it difficult for entities such as this to be self-sustaining. While this project is not we've not spent 5 years on the project. The project more or less started in 2022, which is now up to 5 years. And it started because of the potential standard setting that's going to take place in 2025. But what I would just say is currently, a lot of the policy, ideally, if properly implemented, should drive sustainability. There are policies that focus on e-commerce, for example. Some of these policies should drive sustainability, but in respect of how this translates to decent work for platform workers, that still remains uncertain because many of these policies do not really focus on the worker end of the relationship, but rather are more focused on business. And in terms of negotiating for fair taxation, I personally believe that collective bargaining is the root of whatever interest workers want to negotiate for. And we see an example of this, for example, in Lagos, where Alton, before they became what they are now, when the Lagos state government came up with different taxes to regulate the e-hailing sector without having or thinking about their own obligations to provide certain rights for the workers. And I remember then that the workers' organizations in Lagos went on a protest for a while, and then the government was forced to invite them to a negotiating table, and some of these oppressive taxes were redressed. So we find out that on one hand, governments are like, okay, we need to formalize certain parts of platform work, but at the same time, this becomes a tool for the government to just gain tax without necessarily giving back obligations and rights to these workers. However, collective bargaining, though messy, has been shown to potentially be a way to fight against some of this oppressive tax regime. In terms of intermediaries, I personally feel, and which we've spoken about extensively in this roundtable, is platform work, strictly speaking about, is a replication of what already exists in the traditional sector. And that also includes the use of intermediaries. The only difference is the fact that a lot of the work is done through apps, through websites. But the core of who an intermediary is, who a labor broker is, it still remains the same. And while there's a need to develop particular criteria to determine who the employer is or who the employing entity, which is a word that is increasingly being advocated to use to bring out the platform work arrangement outside of the employment relationship. They still need to develop regulation around this. So, for example, in South Africa has specific laws in specific provisions in the Labor Relations Act that helps in identifying who an employer is. So Section 200B of the LRA, for example, provides that the veil can be lifted to determine whether a particular person is an employer in such relationships as this. And even in the Kenyan case, which the summer source case, initially one of the things that the court had done in that particular case was not necessarily focusing on whether Meta was the employer or not. It was whether there was a link between summer source and workers and Meta in Kenya. And that was like a broader approach rather than saying Meta is the employer. But the question was, is there a link, or is the worker a resident of Kenya, and is the person working in Kenya? Now, the problem with that is when it comes to enforcement, it might become a challenge. But I feel like that's one of the ways to start. And honestly, a lot of things around regulation in the platform economy is more or less around experimentation. And with experimentation, with time, we begin to see what works and what would not work. In a place like South Africa, where there's already a regulation that addresses temporary employment services, as they are called in the country, it makes it more difficult for platforms to avoid their responsibility. So as we found in research for online tutors, for example, platforms who are in the online tutoring subsector use intermediaries in South Africa. Now, these intermediaries, the workers that they employ, many of them are classified as employees in their contract of employment, making them fall under the Labor Relations Act. But the upside of this classification is many of them don't earn as much as those that are classified as independent contractors. They earn just slightly above the minimum wage, but still below the level in which their salaries are taxed, which is another way to avoid the obligations of the law. But because of the specific context of South Africa, which provides for intermediaries, it makes it easy for these workers to gain employment status, which is not the same in many African countries where we really do not have any law that addresses specifically the use of intermediaries or labor broking. But generally, I just think that in terms of the platform economy, the first step would actually be for workers to gain freedom of association and collective bargaining. And as we've seen, there are lots of developments that have come up that are quite surprising. For example, the registration of Alton in Nigeria. And I remember the first time I was told they've been registered, I was like, but that contradicts the Trade Unions Act. But with lobbying, with engagement with multi-level stakeholder, that was done. So it means that with experimentation in different parts of Africa, it's possible for platform workers to begin to gain a certain measure of protection. But I think the first thing that needs to be done, which is increasingly being done by academics and researchers in this field, is to begin to speak about the stories of platform workers in Africa as a way to contribute to literature, not necessarily waiting for all the information to come from the global north. Because in speaking or in saying our own specific stories, it means that we can develop solutions that are homegrown, that speak specifically to our context.
What a great way to end. Thank you so much, Abby. That relieves me from summarizing. Before you get all excited and go to lunch now, I'd like to call on Sandra. Is Sandra in the room? Yes, you have things to tell us.
Hello, good afternoon. Just to let you know that we'll have some entertainment from a Mozambican dance and singing group that will sing and dance a specific rhythm from northern Mozambique. Now, yes. Here, we'll have to move this table.
Just tell them what the song is about and that she will. Oh, she will. Okay.
So. The group will let us know a little bit about the song, where it comes from, why is it performed by women, and why do they have that beautiful white mask in their faces. But they'll say it in Portuguese, so if you need more information, please use your interpretation lines.
Boa tarde. Nós somos a associação. Boa tarde, mais uma vez. Eu chamo-me Zakia Rashid, sou a rainha de tufo da Mafalala. Obrigada. O tufo foi surgir lá na ilha de Moçambique, é que eu aprendi a dançar e cantar. E nós aqui vamos representar 3 danças. Primeiro é tufo. O segredo de tufo é joelhar, fazer movimento enquanto está de joelho. E a segunda dança é uma dança que vem à rota. Nós também temos nossos segredos. Vamos a pular sem fazer movimentos estranhos. Então, para mim, o muciro, essa máscara que temos aqui na cara, chama-se muciro. Muciro é um creme tradicional que limpa a cara para não ficar com rugas e borbulhas e proteja o sol, porque a mulher moçambicana gosta de comer e cozinhar. Obrigada.
I'll say in both languages. Antes delas começarem, só queria informar que elas têm o creme disponível. Então, quem quiser colocar um bocadinho do creme, por favor, fique à vontade. So, for all of you who'd like to have some of that cream on your face, they are able to paint your face with the Mociro. So we're going for lunch, and we should be back by 2:30, please. Thank you.
I love your outfits. You look lovely.
In Accra.
Oh, well, only you will come to Accra and see it.
Fantastic.
Allô? Hello.